We have everybody. Yeah, we do. Is Mark? Okay. Okay. Yeah, she's gone to get the. All right. We're going to call our meeting to order. Just a minute. Okay. Laura Lee, would you please call the roll?
Stu Boyd.
Here.
Denise Chapman.
Here.
Amy Doran.
Here.
Dawn Kirk.
Here.
Barbara Cruz.
Here?
Alexandra Lessem.
Here.
Nancy Rumfeld.
Here. All right. Thank you, Laura Lee. And Nancy, would you please lead us in the pledge?
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Stu, would you please read the mission statement?
The Thompson School District will be a school district that empowers, challenges, and inspires students, faculty, staff, parents, school leaders, and community members to learn, achieve, and excel.
Thank you, Stu. And our first item of business is the adoption of the agenda for today, March 26, 2025. Are there any changes to the agenda for today?
I move that we skip item. Let me make sure I have the right number. Sometimes it changes. 5.5, the board committee reports. In the interest of time, we have just over 70 people who are signed up to speak, plus however many are on the call. And so
Okay.
I just think that's going to be a big part of our meeting. Giving that time back would be great.
Okay, so I need a second to that. Okay, so I have a motion from Dawn and a second from Amy. Is there any discussion or question about that?
No.
All right, Laura Lee, please call the roll.
Stu Boyd.
Aye.
Denise Chapman.
Aye.
Amy Doran.
Aye.
Dawn Kirk.
Aye.
Barbara Cruz.
Aye.
Alexandra Lessem.
Aye.
Nancy Rumfeld.
Aye.
All right, thank you. All right, the next item will be the approval of our minutes. We have 3 meeting minutes to approve. The first is of February 19th, 2025, which was our regular February meeting. Does anyone have any changes or corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, I will take a motion to approve the minutes for February 19, 2025.
So moved.
Uh,
Second,
First-
that was Dawn.
First from Denise and second from Dawn. All right. Laura Lee, please call the roll.
Stu Boyd.
Aye.
Denise Chapman.
Aye.
Amy Doran. Dawn Kirk.
Aye.
Barbara Cruz.
Aye.
Alexandra Lessem.
Aye.
Nancy Rumfeld.
Aye.
Thank you. The next one would be the approval of the minutes for February 26, 2025. That was our special meeting where we selected the committee, the firm for the superintendent's search. Does anyone have any changes to or corrections to the minutes on the meeting of February 26, 2025? Hearing none, I will take a motion to approve the minutes for that meeting.
So move.
Stu and Dawn. Stu and Dawn. And Laura Lee, please call the roll.
Stu Boyd.
Aye.
Denise Chapman.
Aye.
Amy Doran.
Aye.
Dawn Kirk.
Aye.
Barbara Cruz.
Aye.
Alexandra Lessem.
Aye.
Nancy Rumfeld.
Aye.
All right. And the last one is the approval of the minutes for March 5th, 2025, which would be our study session for March. Does anyone have any changes or corrections to the minutes?
I do. I've already provided it to Laura Lee to make it easy. The minutes for item 7.2 need to reflect the following. Director Kirk asserted that Director Rumfeld violates the Constitution, laws, and board policies on a regular basis. and that the honor of leading the pledge should not be done by Director Rumfeld. Director Kirk did not provide documentation to support the assertions made. President Cruz directed Director Kirk to maintain the list of violations pertaining to Director Rumfeld regarding the Constitution, laws, and board policies.
Is there a second? Okay,
I'll second. Wait, it would,
what just happened?
to amend.
I thought that's what you said. I moved.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'll second.
Oh, okay. And so we've heard Nancy's comments about it. And because we don't provide detailed minutes when we put our minutes together, and they're all online and they're all published through the video that we have there, and that's based on counsel from legal, that we're not going to do that request, Nancy, because we don't normally put that kind of, our minutes are more general, the details are in the videos,
Then why do we do minutes, and why do we ask if there are any changes?
because it's required, but the changes would be if there were changes of something that was totally forgotten. We just don't do minute by minute.
So what purpose does
Publishing.
the minute serve?
It's just a record of what happens, who makes the motions. It's a written record for us.
I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay? All right. Next piece is, no, we have to finish that job. Okay, so I need we need to vote on it. So I need a first from Sebany and a second to go ahead and move the minutes as they're presented.
So moved. Second.
Okay, so it's Dawn and then Alexandra. And I'm going to ask Laura Lee to please call the roll.
Stu Boyd.
Aye.
Denise Chapman.
Aye.
Amy Doran.
Aye.
Dawn Kirk.
Aye.
Barbara Cruz.
Aye.
Alexandra Lessem.
Aye.
Nancy Rumfeld.
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, next item is public participation, and we'll turn it over to Dr. Schaefer for the first part of it.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the Board of Education, and our guests and community, parents, students, staff. I am pleased to bring you my update for the month of March. So National School Social Workers Appreciation Week, from March 2nd through the 8th, Thompson School District celebrated National School Social Workers Appreciation Week. We want to honor the incredible school social workers who support students, families, and staff every day. Their dedication to mental health advocacy and student success makes a lasting impact on our schools and communities. Please join me in thanking these heroes for their compassion and their commitment. Congratulations to Namakwa teacher Kimberly Alexander. Last month, Namakwa Elementary School fifth grade teacher Kimberly Alexander was recognized as part of the Curriculum Associates Extraordinary Educators 2025 class, a program honoring and celebrating teachers. The Curriculum Associates Extraordinary Educators program is an annual tradition of celebrating and connecting best-in-class educators who demonstrate established criteria. Extraordinary educators receive recognition locally and nationally, a network of peers from around the country, professional learning opportunities, and the opportunity to attend the Extraordinary Educators Leadership Summit. So congratulations to Kimberly. The 8th grade Career Expo. At the end of February, 8th graders across Thompson School District participated in the Career Expo at Ferguson High School and Thompson Career Campus. Students had the opportunity to connect with a variety of community professionals representing diverse industries. They also engaged with students and staff to explore the different pathways and programs available throughout TSD. This event provided an incredible opportunity for each student to discover new interests, ask questions, and start thinking about their future possibilities. Destination Imagination Northern Colorado Regional Tournament. On March 3rd, TSD proudly hosted the Destination Imagination Northern Colorado Canyon Regional Tournament at Riverview PK8 School. A total of 43 teams competed, spanning early learning through high school. TSD was well represented by 5 competitive teams and 2 early learning teams. A huge shout out to the Cottonwood student teams, which once again competed 100% in Spanish. Truscott Elementary also impressed everyone by competing in both English and Spanish. TSD is so proud of all of our teams for their hard work, creativity, and problem-solving skills. Love all the applause. That's good stuff. Okay, let's keep going. A day of music and learning. On March 4th, TSD 4th grade students visited Thompson Valley High School for 2 amazing performances by Face Vocal Band. This talented group introduced students to the magic of a cappella music, exploring vocal production and demonstrating how music can come to life without instruments. It was an unforgettable experience filled with rhythm, harmony, and inspiration. During the week of March 10th, middle and high school students spent a day at the Beat Education Center in Loveland, gaining hands-on experience with 3 different art mediums. Students had the opportunity to work alongside 3 professional artists. Thompson School District provides this experience as a way to identify gifted students in the visual arts, while also giving them the chance to learn from local professionals. On March 10th, students from Riverview Pre-K-8, High Plains School, Loveland Classical Schools, and Cottonwood Plains Elementary School put their math skills to the ultimate test at the Math Olympiads tournament. With bragging rights and the coveted traveling trophy on the line, each team tackled 3 intense rounds of high-level math challenges. After a fierce competition, High Plains School soared to victory, earning the highest average team score and claiming the traveling trophy. Congratulations to all the brilliant competitors. Congratulations to our local Kids Pack program on their very successful community-wide food drive earlier this month. The partnership event with local grocery stores brought in over 41,500 pounds of donated food for the program, a truly amazing accomplishment. A special thank you goes out to our entire community for their support of this event and the wonderful team at Kids Pack, which works hard to provide nutritious meals to TSD students and families in need. On Wednesday, March 12th, the Thompson School District Board of Education members and staff hosted an appreciation breakfast for our district school resource officer team. Each day, Loveland Police Department and Larimer County Sheriff's Office, SRO personnel, as well as other members of our safety and security team, work hard to help keep each student, staff member, and visitor safe on our campuses. We greatly appreciate all that they do. Thank you. So I want to invite Lauren Dietz forward. Lauren, are you in our room? And there you are. Lauren, come on forward. I'd like to recognize Mountain View High School freshman Lauren Dietz for her ongoing efforts to make our community a better place. Back in 2021, Lauren received the Elementary Kids Can Change the World Award from the Thompson School District. She had a vision to create a garden that provides community members with access to fresh, free food. The only requirement, participants must tend to their gardens for at least 30 minutes every other day and complete a 2-hour volunteer shift with Loveland Youth Gardeners. That program is still thriving today. Thank you, Lauren, for giving back to your community and for being a role model to other students who want to make a difference. And Lauren, don't go too far because we want to take a picture with you now. So now it's picture time. So come up forward. You can pass the moat and the gates and all that, and come on up. We'll stand it. bit later, under in our action consent for personnel, you'll have 2 names that we're recommending to administrators. So I'm going to invite each of these individuals forward so we can recognize them. So first I'm going to invite Brandon Bird forward. Brandon, if you want to make your way up to the podium, please. And as Brandon is making his way up to the podium, we are happy to recommend Brandon Bird for the position of Assistant Principal Athletic Director at Berthoud High School. Mr. Bird's career in sports began with a 1-year internship for Metro State Athletics. Here, Brandon was a multimedia content creator and media relations for MSU Athletics. Following his internship, Mr. Bird spent 2 years working in radio as a sports director in Sterling, Colorado. In this role, Brandon broadcasted sports news, called play-by-play for a variety of sports, and hosted weekly live interviews with coaches and athletes. As a journalism teacher, Brandon's previous roles also led to coaching at Erie High School and St. Vrain Valley School District for the past 10 years. As a head coach of both boys and girls golf, Brandon has led his teams to state and regional championships while also founding the Erie Tiger Network. It's a premier student broadcast program that covers over 1,000 live events. The program enhanced Erie High School's athletics and performing art programs while providing students with real-world experience. His passion for both academics and sports makes him an ideal candidate for the Assistant Principal Athletic Director position at Berthoud High School. And Brandon, we are excited to welcome you aboard.
Madam President, Dr. Schaefer, Board, I just want to say thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm really excited to be a part of the Berthoud community. I come from Erie, and it reminds me a lot of Erie and what that community is like, and so I'm just grateful for this opportunity and grateful for the interview committee that put in a lot of time. I know it takes a lot of time to do all that, so it's a special opportunity, and I'm grateful for it.
Congratulations. Thank you. Next, I'd like to welcome up to the podium Ken Smykel. And Ken is being recommended for the new Assistant Principal Athletic Director at Thompson Valley High School. Following his graduation from Thompson Valley High School, so we've got an alum, Ken attended Colorado State University, where he received his bachelor's degree in biomedical science. He began his teaching career at Corner Canyon High School with the Canyon School District in Sandy, Utah, teaching biology. Ken held this position for 12 years. During his time at Canyons, Ken taught a variety of science classes, including AP Biology, Honors in General Biology, Human Anatomy, and Physiology, and Genetics. It was here that Ken began coaching and eventually becoming the athletic director. Ken returned to Northern Colorado and taught science for 1 year in the Estes Park School District before returning to Thompson School District as a science teacher and coach at Loveland High School. Ken was in this role for 3 years. After leaving TSD, Ken went to Colorado Early Colleges and served as the interim academic dean and STEM CTE coordinator while pursuing his principal licensure from Western State College of Colorado. Ken's career has come full circle at TSD, from student to teacher to administrator. Ken, welcome.
I'm extremely humbled to be returning to Thompson Valley, where I graduated a long time ago, and enjoying a great school leadership team there. I just want to thank the board, Dr. Schaefer, the district cabinet, and Principal Cruikshank for giving me that opportunity. And I can't wait to get started. Go Eagles.
Next, we're going to move on to our Top of Thompson and Community Champion Awards. And as board is aware, each month we recognize a number of our amazing staff here in the Thompson School District from several of our employee groups, classified, licensed, and APT, which is our administrator group. And we also have the Community Champion Award, which is a new award we started to recognize a local business, nonprofit, or other entity within our community that helps to support our school. So first we're going to start we have a nominee classified. We don't have the nominator or the nominatee here, but I will just recognize them by name. So William Oakley was nominated. He's a master electrician for the school district, and he was nominated by Jeremy Coy. And so we'll make sure that William gets his plaque. But we have her licensed, and so I'm going to invite up Tiffany Lemon. Tiffany is a music teacher at Cottonwood Plains Elementary School, and Tiffany, you were nominated by Susan Harding. So if I can have Tiffany and Susan please come forward. And here they come. Making the long walk up. And then, Susan, if you wouldn't mind reading your nomination form, which should be up there. It'd be great.
And I couldn't get it to open. That's why I had the look. Okay. Do you want me to introduce Tiffany, or did you already do that?
You can reintroduce, that's
Okay.
fine.
This is Tiffany Lehman, and she is the music teacher at Cottonwood Plains Elementary School. Tiffany is a music teacher at Cottonwood Plains Elementary School. She does an amazing job of teaching music. She plans well in advance. She incorporates the dual immersion program into her lesson planning. She always incorporates literacy in her showcases by merging a read-aloud book throughout her program, using it to connect her repertoire of songs with the text of the book. She always voluntarily has had outside school choir. She helps and supports SEL by reaching out to the students while she's not in the classroom, and she runs and stocks the PBIS store for students to purchase items with earned incentive tickets. She is always trying to improve her music education program by applying for additional grant funds to increase student engagement in her classroom. Items like ukuleles, small keyboards, African drums, and puppets. Outside of her school, she supports the elementary teachers by voluntarily supporting our traveling instrument labs. She creates schedules and inventory forms. She goes above and beyond and deserves to be top of Thompson Award.
Congratulations, Tiffany. And then, and Tiffany, then we'll, when we're done, we'd like to take a picture with all of you. So congratulations, thank you. Next, we move on to APT, and I'm going to invite up our nominee, Leah Howard. Leah is our facility use manager for the school district, and Leah was nominated by Keely Guerin. And so as they make their way up, we'll let Keely read Leah's nomination.
Good evening. So proud to be here and to read this nomination for a very deserving employee. I'm honored to present Leah with this Top of Thompson Award. As the facilities manager in our district, Leah plays an instrumental role in ensuring the seamless organization and operation of professional development events and various district-wide initiatives. Her dedication, strategic coordination, and commitment to excellence have impacted our district's ability to provide high-quality learning environments for staff and students. Leah's responsibilities encompass organizing facilities for over 2,000 individuals on any one of our 5 district professional days. In addition, she plays a critical role in coordinating the facility needs for new teacher orientation, 10s Week, and various learning activities over the summer. Her role extends far beyond logistics. She is a masterful strategist. She meticulously coordinates communication, delivery, and setup for each event across multiple sites. On any given professional development day, that could mean Leah's orchestrating space for 800 licensed or classified staff in a single location, such as Mountain View High School, as well as 20 additional sites accommodating up to 100 people or more. She arranges the communication, the management, the setup, the teardown, and the logistics when staff and students are not in buildings. Leah's unwavering dedication and exceptional ability to anticipate and address our professional development facility needs makes her a well-deserving candidate for the Top of Thompson Award.
Leah, congratulations. And Leah, if you could grab your plaque. It's on the podium. Yes. There you go. Very, very, very ceremonial. Very. Okay. Next is our Community Champion Award, and this evening we're recognizing FCA All Abilities, and we have Angie Miller, and FCA was nominated by Jill Fitzpatrick. So if you could please come forward, and thank you for being our Community Champion.
Okay, I just surprised Angie. She didn't know. So Angie Miller makes inclusion a priority by creating opportunities for students with and without special needs to play together. As part of the FCA All Abilities program, she organized a unified flag football development day for all TSD district high schools to participate in for free. It was a positive, uplifting event that made an impact on our community. She also organized a run-a-thon to raise money to help support our unified programs. Her selfless efforts make our community stronger, more inclusive, and one to celebrate. We are incredibly grateful for her commitment to support our growing community.
Congrats, Angie. Okay, it is now picture time. So I'm going to invite Angie, Leah, and Tiffany to please come forward.
Okay. I think we're right. 3. Great. Thank you.
So each month we highlight and showcase one of our amazing schools here in the Thompson School District. So I am inviting up Sarah Rasmussen, who serves as our Executive Director of Elementary Schools. Sarah has the pleasure of introducing our school tonight.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Schaefer, members of the board. I do have the privilege of introducing Principal Justin Blick, and I believe he's bringing students with him to present this evening.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Schaefer. It is great to be with you tonight. My name is Justin Blick, and I'm the principal of BF Kitchen Elementary School. I have brought with me some fantastic guests tonight, and we're here to present a protocol to you of something that has helped us to increase student engagement, increase student ownership over their learning, and then ultimately increase their reading fluency. And so I'm going to turn some time over to, well, let me actually introduce them first. Miss Richard is our 5th grade teacher. We've got Miss Harding, who's a 2nd grade teacher, and Miss Loren Mowers, who is our instructional coach. And then these fine-dressed people right here, we've got 3 2nd graders. So we've got Sophia, Nyla, and Trevin. And then on this side, we have 2 of our fantastic 5th graders, Elizabeth and Maddie. And I'll turn some time over to Miss Richard.
If we could go to the next slide, please. Awesome. So our principal, Justin, encourages us to be 1% better every single day. And so we received our TNTP report at the beginning of the school year, which says that we need to elevate our student ownership. So with that being said, partner reading increases the amount of time that students are in the text independently and enhances fluency. So we focused on partner reading protocol because fluency is the bridge between the foundational skills and between comprehension. If we want independence and critical thinking, then we need to start with fluency. Fluency, again, is that bridge. And then partner reading involves pairing students to practice rereading the text without that teacher intervention. And then partner reading allows for interdependent, productive struggle, which means that students have a safe space to strive to be the best that they can. I'm going to let the 5th graders go ahead and share the process. So if we could go to the next slide for them. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maddie. Hi, my name is Elizabeth. I like partner reading protocol because the partner will correct our mistakes and make us better readers.
I like partner reading protocol because we get better at reading and learn from our mistakes.
It helps us flourish as readers.
Partner reading protocol helps us grow in many ways.
First, we pick who is partner A and partner B. Each student will get a copy of the text.
Partner A reads a paragraph or a page.
Partner B repeats it, and if anyone makes mistakes, the other partner will help them fix it.
Here is our example of partner reading.
This is Trevin and Nyla from 2nd grade reading a history mystery.
The Dutch are people from the Netherlands call wooden shoes Krompelen. Many people think the Dutch invented this shoe. However, many other people don't agree.
The Dutch are people from the Dutch or people from the Netherlands call wooden shoes klompen. Many people think the Dutch invented this shoe. However, many other people don't agree.
Good job, guys.
Hi, my name is Maddie, and I'm in 5th grade.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth and I'm also in 5th grade.
Today we're going to be showing you partner reading protocol.
Or
PRP. I will read first, and then she will read second. I just drifted off to sleep again when I felt the wagon stop and heard the driver's boots crunching in the snow as he made his way to us. He moved the pineapples and then the cloth.
Oh,
wait.
You made an oopsie.
Where? I didn't see her.
He moved the potatoes.
Oh, okay. So he moved the potatoes, then the cloth, and offered his hand. Now she will read.
I had just drifted off sleep again.
You made an oopsie.
Where?
I had just drifted off to sleep again.
I had just drifted off to sleep again when I felt the wagon stop and heard the driver's boots crunching in the snow as he made his way to us. He moved the potatoes, then the cloth, and offered his hand.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thanks for watching.
You did good.
You did awesome as well.
Slide, please. Okay. So the neat thing about partner reading protocol is that the students are reading at their instructional level. So there is that level of struggle, and each student has a copy of the text. So they're not having to look off of each other's papers. They have the ownership of the paper. It is important that the partner B, it's at that instructional level so that it can be modeled at a more fluent rate. That's the hope. And the neat thing about error correction is we have a way of gently and consistently having the students have kind of a script. So in 2nd grade, we say, oh, you missed the word is, and then they say the word, what's the word? And then they repeat it. Now read the sentence again. So everyone takes the feedback and gives the feedback well. So it's kind of a neat situation and a lifelong skill. We have kind of had to morph it in our class because they've become such proficient readers.
So our focus now is not just on fluency, but really digging into the comprehension and understanding what they're reading so that they can, get their teeth into the content instead of just word calling. So, all right. Ta-da.
You could go to the next slide, please. So we just wanted to highlight some of the data that we have. It might be hard to read on the screen, but what I looked at was below, at, or above grade level students based on our beginning of year iReady. And I pulled a couple from each band, and you can see that for a student who started below grade level at the beginning of the year, only reading 3 words per minute, they've increased to 18 words per minute, which is a 500% increase. Their accuracy improved from 20% to 78%, which overall is a 38% increase. And this is data taken from October to March. An at-grade level second grade student, they went from the beginning of the year being 31 words per minute to 89 words per minute, which is a 187% increase. Accuracy going from 72 to 99, which is a 38% increase. You can go to the next slide, please. This is our 5th grade data to show that it isn't just a basic primary skill. In 5th grade, a student at grade level reading 123 words per minute increased to 167, which is a 36% increase. The cool thing with 5th grade is they looked at percentiles, so how they're ranked nationally. That particular student went from 31% to 66 percentile, which is a 113% increase. And it even works for our strong readers because we had a student reading 180 words in October, and they've increased to 250. So that's a 39% increase, and their percentile went from the 80th percentile to the 99th percentile. So they 24% increase, and they're at the top of the tier. But the data speaks for itself, but we also have some second graders who would like to share their experience. If you could go to the next slide, please. We're going to start off with Trevin. Trevin, what do you love about Partner Reading Protocol?
It is fun to read with someone else and to help them learn to read and spell words.
Nyla, what do you love about Partner Reading Protocol?
I like to read in general, but you can also help people read better in partner reading.
Sophia, what do you love?
I like to read I like reading with friends and answering the questions. It is important because you could learn new words.
You can go to the next slide, please. So thank you for listening. We just wanted to share a quick recap of the great work happening at BF Kitchen.
Thank you. Do the board members have any questions real quick? Go ahead and start, Nancy.
I love the idea of using the real paper and reading and just engagement. So do you also somehow still incorporate the iReady, or is this moving away to replace it and you just use iReady for testing?
So kind. So yes and no. So I would say on a daily basis, we use the Partner Reading Protocol, or PRP, as we call it. And then iReady we use kind of as a oil check, if you will. So 20 minutes a week is what we kind of go for so that they're in the practice of it, but then really, having them take the diagnostic to assess how they're doing.
I think it's a fantastic program, and your data shows that it's really working. So kudos to you guys.
Thanks. Okay, any other questions? Questions? Stu?
This question is probably for Justin or for Sarah. Are there any other elementary schools in the district that are using this program?
What do you think, Sarah?
We do have some schools that are engaging in a similar process, and it really is something that the school has identified as a need and something that they want to train their students in. It's not an expectation, but we do know that schools are engaging in a similar practice.
I'm glad to hear that. As you know, the board is very interested in transferring and making sure that if a program is successful in one school, that other schools know about it, have the opportunity to do it, et cetera. And you guys did an awesome job. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. It was great. Fun to listen to them.
So we would love to take a picture with the teachers and principal and most importantly, the students. So if you can come forward.
Okay. It's pretty good. All right. Look here for me. On 3. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
So last but not least for the opening reports, I'm going to invite up our Athletics and Activities Director, Kevin Clark, who's going to provide for us an update on winter sports and activities.
Madam President, Dr. Schaefer, members of the school board, thank you so much for having me here this evening. I'm excited to talk about the wonderful things that our students accomplished this winter. So again, the connection is basically just to see the success, the performance, and the growth targets that all of our students have achieved this winter. So a few things we'd like to call out. On February 12th, all of our fourth grade students, approximately 1,000, attended Colorado State University, and they got to attend a women's basketball game versus Utah State, and they got to see CSU win and just got to be part of a great environment. And most importantly, we got our fourth graders on a college campus, and I think you guys understand the importance of that. On March 5th, we had our high school leadership day, where we brought roughly 300 students to Colorado State for a day full of leadership activities and speakers. I want to note on May 15th is going to be our second time we've done it, so our second annual Unified Elementary Field Day. And the last thing I forgot to put on the slide, but I definitely want to call out, is earlier in January, because of the success that Thompson Valley experienced in the fall, that we were able to recognize the Loveland City Council at one of their meetings, read a proclamation, and they declared January 22nd of 2025 Thompson Valley High School Eagles Day. So, kind of neat. Laura Lee, if you'll go to the Loveland High School activities, to save everybody time and again to focus more on the students, our student champions that we brought here this evening, I'd like to invite up two of our DECA students from Loveland High School, in Abby Reese and Chelsea Kennedy, if they could come up here, please. And both of these young ladies were DECA state champions. Abby for sports and entertainment series, and Chelsea for the marketing communication. So I'm going to turn it over to them, and then they can talk briefly about what all that entailed.
Hi, I'm Chelsea Kennedy. Thank you, board, and thank you, Dr. Schaefer, for having us here tonight. We're excited to talk about DECA, and yeah, so my name is Chelsea Kennedy. I'm a senior at Loveland High School, and I competed in marketing communications. So I wanted to explain a little bit of what DECA is because a lot of people don't understand it. So in DECA, we have different role plays and objective tests that we compete in. So at the beginning of the year, we start practices once a week, and then we participate in different competitions that prepare us for the district competition. So at the district competition, we have objective tests, which are 100-question tests that we complete in 1 hour. They're multiple choice, and they comprise a third of our score. Then we also have our role plays, which are these business scenarios that are given to us. We have 10 minutes to prepare and solve these solutions for these business scenarios that we're given. We're given a role that we play, and we present to judges. After those 10 minutes of prep time, we have 10 minutes to present to them and explain what our solutions are to these business problems. So My event is marketing communications. So in my event, we're expected to solve problems regarding how to market specific products and services to specific target audiences. So that's what I did at district competition. I did that at the DU invite, and then I did that at state. So that's how DECA works with us. And I wanted to thank my advisor, Mr. Richie Lynn. He's really encouraged me to join DECA and also helped me a lot with his business classes. That's where I got all the knowledge I had that helped me with DECA. And I also wanted to thank the other business teachers at my school because they helped me to also understand how to do all of it. So, yeah.
Hi, my name is Abby Rice, and this year at both DECA State and Districts, I won first place. And I'm fortunate enough to have this experience because of Mr. Lynn's attempts and persistence despite my adamant resistance to this club. And due to already being the speech and debate captain, the youth advisory council member, FBLA member, and NHS member and soccer player, I truly thought I had no more time to spare. But how Mr. Lynn saw my potential and effectively forced me into DECA, where I learned that I love business and this aspect of presentation. And I'd like to shout out to speech and debate for the last 3 years of my life, which has pushed me mentally every weekend at tournaments, but trained me to think creatively and on the spot in nearly every situation. This was overwhelmingly helpful in my DECA event, Sports and Entertainment Marketing. With only 10 minutes to create a pitch, as Chelsea stated, we worked to improve the profit of a company. We were working on a professional sports team, whether that be any soccer team or any other sport, or that just be a movie theater. And we looked at how we can generate profit from them. My first time performing in sports and entertainment marketing as an event was at DECA Districts, and it was also the first time I practiced this. This was entirely due to the fact, when I won first place, entirely due to the fact of speech and debate, and especially because of my coaches, Pat DeMartine and Dina Pettit. They are really the best. At DECA State, you first perform a preliminary speech or what we call a role play, and then pray on everything that you get into finals, which is then you ultimately decide if you win. DECA further solidified my goal of majoring in international business and then become a lawyer. And as much as you are all aware, my goal here today is to promote DECA. When there's really no need. DECA speaks for itself. With over 60 events, students are given the opportunity to research and educate themselves about skills that are truly applicable to their future. Truly though, Loveland High School has prepared me for the future, not only its classes, but in sports, academic clubs, and speeches just like these to talk only about myself. Thank you.
All right, and Laura Lee, if you could go to the next slide, we're going to highlight Loveland High School athletics. And with that specifically, we were fortunate as a school district to have some individual state champions. One is Isaiah Harrison from Mountain View High School. Unfortunately, he could not be here, but it made him a 3-time state wrestling champion, and he is committed to the University of Wyoming. Yeah. On the girls' side, we were fortunate, so I'll bring up the Loveland High School girls wrestling team at this time. And coaches? And here in a second, I'll turn it over to Coach Leeson Hope, and he'll probably give you a more in-depth talk. But 2 people I would like to recognize, I guess 2 students, are 2 freshman students. And this is kind of a unique story, at least from an outsider's perspective. Sadie Leeson Hope is the daughter of Troy, the head coach at Loveland. Troy is a Loveland High School graduate. Belle Gerard attends school at Thompson Valley High School, is a freshman and wrestles for the Loveland team. Her father is the head coach at Thompson Valley High School and a Thompson Valley graduate. If you could imagine, both of those fathers got to witness something that, again, it brings me chills to think about being a parent and being able to help see their daughters' state championship as freshmen, and it's just pretty cool, the connections to their schools. And again, I'm probably not doing that justice, but now I'll turn it over to Troy, Coach Leeson Hope, to talk a little bit about the season.
All right, thank you for having me. So yeah, as he said, Annabelle and Sadie both won a state title. We also have Maddie here, who qualified as a freshman and took 5th this year, so didn't quite make it. But just to throw that out there, I never won a state title, and she did it at 15. Annabelle's dad is same thing. Always took 5th or 3rd, and Annabelle pulled that off as a freshman as well. But besides that, nine state qualifiers. Heading into the tournament, I thought we could win it all. Found out Grand Junction Central had a little more firepower than we thought. But overall, it was a heck of a year. Great finish. Guys did well as well. So both sides, TV and Loveland. So overall, it was good. We have not won the state title yet, but we're closing in on it. So hopefully we can get it done next year. Thank you, guys.
Any questions for the board while we have these students here, or anything you'd like to hear from them?
Good job. Yeah, Audrey.
Yeah.
Audrey Banks. Cool.
And neat to see the state runner-up trophy here, and so that concludes my presentation. Absolutely. So at this time, bring up the DECA students and the student athletes. Okay, perfect. Head on here.
Going with them? Do you want to do 2 separate ones or one total? All of them.
No, no.
Oh,
We're
okay.
doing separate? Okay, so this first? Okay. All right. On 3. Make sure I can see everyone. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, good. Hold on.
Yep, you're good.
Okay, look right in between us.
Yeah.
Or actually, here, come over here, Kate.
Let's go. I'm right
Okay,
here.
You ready?
Yep, you're good.
Okay, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Awesome. Thanks.
And that concludes my report.
Okay, thank you. It's time for public comments, and I'm going to just kind of talk a couple of minutes about it. Everything is going to be limited to 3 minutes. Dawn is going to run everything over there. She's going to read the protocol that you follow. We'll have, some of you are in here, some of you are in the other room, but she'll kind of give you a heads up of who's up next. But we're going to be very strict about the 3 minutes time. So if you go beyond, I'll hammer away and we'll let you know. Time is up, okay? All right, so do wrap it up within the 3 minutes.
Okay.
All right, Dawn?
Because the board wants to hear the viewpoints of the public and also needs to conduct its business in an orderly and efficient manner, it will schedule time during its regular board meetings for brief comments and questions from the public. The board will set a time for public participation prior to the business portion of the meeting. The time for each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes, and each individual will only be recognized once. If there is a large number of speakers, the board may elect to take comments for 1 hour before the business meeting and conclude public comment after the business meeting. Public comments and questions at a regular meeting may deal with any topics related to the board's conduct of the schools. Speakers may offer such criticism of school operations and programs as concerns them, but are encouraged to exercise their speech rights responsibly. Personnel matters will be discussed in executive session. So once you start speaking, the green light will go on. When you have 30 seconds left, the yellow light will go on, and you'll get a little sound. And then when your time is up, it's going to keep beeping at you until she bangs the gavel and it'll flash red. And as mentioned, I'm going to call up 2 people at a time so that we can keep everybody getting into the room. Our students go first. So Maxine Blideau, okay. And then next up will be Tegan Schuster.
Does it start when I start speaking, or can I have my phone so I can see exactly how much time? Good afternoon. I'm a senior at Thompson Valley. I played on the boys tennis team. I've been a member of our theater department, and I play cello for our chamber strings. I also happen to go by a different name than what's on my birth certificate. And I also prefer the pronouns she and her when I'm being referred to. If you think you know what I'm going to say, and if you think I'm here to talk about which viewpoint is wrong or right, about who is or isn't a real woman, you'd be mistaken. These 2 opposing viewpoints on gender are philosophical stances on identity, which, by nature of being philosophical, are subjective. I'm here to tell you about a story and a dream. Here's the story. There are 2 high school students. One is very religious. She believes that people at their soul are inherently the gender they were born as. She is headstrong, passionate, and unwavering in her beliefs. The other is transgender. She is secular. She believes that people at their soul are whatever gender they identify as. She is also headstrong, passionate, and unwavering in her beliefs. They are friends. They ask how the other is doing and laugh at each other's jokes and talk about life with each other. In so many ways, these 2 people are different. For so many reasons, we would believe them predisposed to dislike one another, to hate one another. Yet they do not. Despite their differences, the principle that they both believe in is kindness, respect, understanding. That these ideals are more important than agreeing with each other. It is for this that they are friends. My favorite part about this story is that it is a true story. I am one of these students. I'm sure I don't have to tell you which one. Whenever I'm around this friend, it still surprises me how well we get along. How these 2 people, the antithesis of each other in nearly every single way, are able to find compassion and friendship in each other. I can't help but wonder, what if the whole school was like that? What if the whole city was like that? What if we could be headstrong, passionate, and unwavering in our beliefs, while at the same time being able to find compassion and friendship in each other? What if America was like that? That's the dream. Perhaps some of you share that dream, and if this is the case, if somewhere beyond that door, that is an America you wish to see, then hatred, contempt, bitterness, these will not bring us closer to that dream. Viciously debating in the comment section of a Facebook page, yelling about how right we are and how wrong they are, will not bring us closer to that dream. What will bring us closer is kindness, respect, and understanding. We will never be able to protect our kids until we can find it in our hearts to respect our kids. Is it not your responsibility as school board members to aspire to these principles, to champion this dream? I feel it is disrespectful to wear a t-shirt that advocates for my oppression. That is not in service of the dream. We may not agree with each other, but we need to respect each other.
Tegan Schuster, and then next up is Maddie Wilkin.
Good afternoon. I am here today to talk about the inequality in women's sports. And this inequality begins between the physical differences between a male and a female athlete. And these differences are highlighted in statistics gathered from the National Institutes of Health, where an average teenage male is seen to stand at 5'9" and have 40% muscle mass, while your average teenage female stands at 5'3" and only has 30% muscle mass. And ladies and gentlemen, does that sound fair? That your daughters are having to compete against boys that are taller and stronger than them. And this is extremely unfair for 3 main reasons. The first is, of course, equality. These young women joined a women's
sports league to compete against people who had equal skills as them, but instead they're being forced to compete against men who have better abilities than they do to compete in these sports. And this brings me to my second point, opportunity. Because these men are able to outshine these young women in their own sports, they're being stripped of opportunities, including scholarships, awards, and recognition. Because they do not have the skills of a male, they are not receiving the recognition they deserve in their own sports. And third, this takes away their guaranteed safety. Once again, these girls signed up to be in a women's league, being assured that they would be competing against women. But now there are men on the playing field. And in physical sports like wrestling, boxing, soccer, or basketball, they could be hurt because a man, once again, is going to be stronger than a girl. And if they come into violent physical contact, the girl will always lose and end up injured. And the second thing about safety is that I know for a fact many of the locker rooms in our district are not able to hold different genders. I have been on the swim team for about 4 years, and I know that several of the locker rooms in our district do not have private changing sections. You have to stand out in the open. And if it was just all females or all males, that wouldn't be an issue. But when we begin mixing genders, that becomes extremely unsafe, especially for women. So adding men into our women's sport leagues is completely unfair to our young female athletes who just want to compete in their own sports. Thank you.
Maddie Wilkin, and then next up is Riley Locke.
I am Maddie Wilkin, and I am a female athlete. I have competed against biological males in our district female sports. I know firsthand how unfair it is. If you truly listen to me, you will not hear hate because I do not hate anyone. But competing in all-female sports with biological males makes me feel less confident, cheated, discouraged, and tons more. I don't understand how the district can't see how much of a disadvantage it is. We have worked for years building all-female sports. Why are we going to go backwards? I remember when there was not an all-girls team and I had to wrestle boys. It was extremely hard. One time, a boy even forfeited just because I was a girl. I felt hurt and I felt like I wasn't good enough. Looking back, I know that it's not fair. I ask for you to imagine that you have a 14-year-old girl, a freshman, female, going against an 18-year-old biological male who is a senior. How would you feel getting slammed on the mat in an instant with no luck and all the years of training? Nothing could prepare you for the strength. You could say you care and want to make everything inclusive, but remember that girls are a part of that too. I can't make any changes, but the district can. Please take time and truly see how special all girls' sports are. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Riley Locke, and next up we have Arthur Lampkin.
My name is Riley Locke, and I am a freshman at Loveland High School. I am a cross-country, swim, and track athlete. I believe in inclusion, and I respect everyone's freedom to choose how they identify. However, I am very confused why biological females, including myself, are now being asked to compete with biological males. This fall, I ran in a female cross-country race with 184 other athletes. The winner of this race was a biological male. In other words, a biological male took first place in a female race. Had this individual run in the biological male race, their time would have resulted in 85th place. The difference between first and 85th place is significant and should not be ignored. Is the district okay with a biological female missing out on recognition because the competition was not fair from the start? It is well documented that biological males have a physical advantage over biological females in athletic competitions. A review of a track meet last spring in Colorado supports this. Every biological male, that is 100% of the male athletes, beat the top female athlete in the same event for the shot put, the high jump, and the 100 meter, 200 meter, 400 meter, 800 meter, 1600 meter, and 3200 meter runs at this meet. The data speaks for itself. Asking for fairness in competition does not make me a weak female or anti any group. I'm a strong woman asking for inclusion for all without jeopardizing my right to fair competition. Female races should be reserved for biological females. Offering open events where any athlete can compete for regardless of their gender identity provides an additional option for athletes that respects biological gender, allows inclusion, and protects the integrity of competition.
Arthur Lambkin, and then next up is Cora Cox. Arthur Lambkin, and then Cora Cox. Do we have Arthur Lambkin? Okay. And then up next will be Cora Cox.
Good evening, Thompson School District Board, and thank you. My name is Arthur, and I'm a junior at Fossil Ridge High School in Poudre School District in Fort Collins. Oh, and I'm trans. That's relevant. I've heard a lot of talk about protecting children and making sure we're healthy and safe. This conversation seems to be a volley back and forth using damage and harm, real or imagined, as the weapon to argue with. Everyone wants to save the children. And I ask you, where are the children in this discussion? Have the journalists, politicians, pundits, and school board members ever thought to ask us what will keep us safe and healthy? Well, I'm here right now, and I don't really want to talk about harm or damage. I really don't want people like Miss Rumfeld, whose minds are clouded with hate, to force me to tell a story about who I am in a certain way. I want to talk to you about queer joy and wonder and love and family and belonging, because I have experienced all of those things as a trans student in a school district that has chosen to accept me. But I know I'm running out of time, so I'll say this. How often do we talk about making school a place where it's not just about grades and test scores? How often do we talk about bringing actual inspiration and true connection to students' lives? You have the opportunity to do that right now. By choosing to support your trans students, you take one more step forward to making school a place that truly matters in students' lives. Thank you.
Next up, we have Cora Cox and then Teresa Boynton.
Okay, first off, I would like to start us all off in prayer. So if everyone who's willing, if they would take off their hats and bow their heads. Dear God, thank you for bringing us all here today and giving us the opportunity to be a part of something that we care so deeply about. I pray that you keep us safe and help our minds to be open to the opinions of one another and help us to remember that ultimately you are in control. Amen. Okay, hi. My name is Cora Cox, and I'm a senior at Thompson Valley High School and one of the captains for the girls' soccer team.
For the last 4 years, I have been blessed with the ability to play for this incredible program. Unfortunately, last year, my team was put in an unfair situation where we had to compete against a biological male. This affected me and my teammates not only mentally, but also physically. One of my teammates and very close friends was put in an uncomfortable situation where she had to change in the same dressing room as a biological male. Another example was when we were playing against this player and had to defend against them with our bodies. As you would assume, they were both physically stronger and faster than us, which led to several players getting hurt. This not only breaks my heart, but makes me genuinely scared for future athletes as this problem continues to develop. My goal by giving you this speech is not to shame or put down any athlete. Me and the rest of my team believe that everyone deserves to be and feel however that they would like. My speech is to protect my team and all other biological female athletes, as well as to keep my sport fair and safe. I believe that together as a unit, we can all find a solution to include these people in their own league while protecting the girls who have worked so hard to be where they are today. Thank you for your time, and specifically thank you, Miss Nancy, for supporting us and having our backs.
All right, that is all of the students that we had sign up. Next up is Teresa Boynton and then Bruce Boynton. And I apologize to anybody whose name I mispronounce all night.
If I was a school board member and wore a t-shirt created, promoted, and sold by the company XXXY Athletics that said, "Real Women Rock," most people would catch on pretty quickly to its meaning, knowing that XX and XY refers to chromosomes, a simplistic, inaccurate, binary way of identifying girls and boys. Many people would understand that the board member wearing a t-shirt with this message does not support the district's mission, vision, and policy, which states in part, Thompson School District does not discriminate on the basis of a person's actual or perceived characteristics such as gender, gender identity, gender expression, and would consider it appropriate to enforce the code of ethics against the board member. I've lived in Loveland since 1951, attended Loveland schools K through 12, started teaching swimming lessons in 1968 at the LHS pool. After graduating in '69, I continued my work at the pool off and on while I worked on my undergrad degree and then my degree in occupational therapy. I was a fixture at Loveland swimming pools for many years, especially the pool at Loveland High School. In the 1990s, I was the person the counselors told parents to call if their seniors still had to pass the swimming proficiency test in order to graduate. One of my main roles was encouraging and supporting kids around swimsuits and locker rooms. I have lots of locker room stories. Today, if a parent approached me and said they were concerned about potential trauma associated with school locker rooms, specifically trans girls in girls' locker rooms, I would let them know that I am well aware that it's the trans students who are at greater risk of being bullied, shamed, abused, and traumatized in locker rooms and bathrooms, that their cisgender peers, and that the school district takes bullying, shaming, abusing, and traumatizing any child in a locker room or anywhere else on campus very seriously. For example, back in the 90s, an LHS coach was fired for allowing hazing in a high school boys' locker room. The police were called in and assault charges were brought against an LHS junior XY boy who entered the girls' locker room and cornered an XX student. Whether they are a transgender girl, a girl who is overweight, a young woman experiencing her period, a child with any type of special need who just wants to participate in a sport and compete with their friends, they should have a safe, private space in a locker room. School districts who have implemented universal design principles around locker rooms and bathrooms have taken a step in the right direction in supporting students, paraprofessionals, teachers, and families. It's not that hard to do. As a proud graduate of Loveland High School, class of '69, parent of TSD students, resident of Loveland since 1951, grandparent and occupational therapist, I support all LGBTQ children, including trans children. All students deserve to feel safe, affirmed, and free in themselves. I have serious concerns about a board member promoting the message, "Real women rock," on "Real women don't rock." Excluding trans girls from sports versus funding is a different issue. We should be supporting all of our students. Thank you.
Bruce Boynton and then Yvonne Pez. Again, sorry for pronunciation.
Thank you to our board members who are committed to providing a safe environment where all members of the school community are treated with dignity and respect. I support all board members who, with compassion for all students, strive to prevent discriminatory and hateful messaging and support the Thompson School District policy that prohibits discrimination and harassment. Messages of any type that claim to place one group of people above others, especially a vulnerable minority that is already under attack, are hurtful, divisive, mean, and cruel. I support any board action that is intended to express its disapproval of discriminatory messaging within its membership. Thank you.
Yvonne Perez and Sandra Lull is next.
Hello, I'm a simple and honest person. Title IX is important for fairness. Boys are physically different than girls. As an Army veteran, I am keenly aware of these differences. Just open another category. Academic excellence is important and should be your central priority. T-shirt shaming is nothing but distractions and wasted time that detracts from academic goals. The ways you detract from your real responsibilities as a school board with sideshows and the way you treat Nancy Brumfeld are shameful. You want to talk trans stuff? Okay. I chatted with a transgender surgeon and want to share some of the truths I learned. The effects of puberty blockers are irreversible depending on the age of onset. Boys' penis will only grow to about 1 inch, if that. Effects on girls can include sterilization, and there often is regret. But why not hear it from the horse's mouth? Detransitioner Chloe Cole is speaking tomorrow at CSU. And boys, if you are serious about becoming transgender anatomically, you're better off going through puberty so there is enough skin to make your outie into an innie, because not much can be done with a 1-inch penis, says a surgeon. And if you change your mind, not much can be done with a 1-inch penis. Our youth should know the truth.
Sandra Lull, and then Tom Chastain is up next. Sandra Lull?
She's passing.
Okay. Tom Chastain is up next, or now, and then Jane Mullenbrook Yee is up next.
I served in the Air Force for 3.5 years. I didn't serve in the military so that I could watch people trying to castigate someone for something they had on a t-shirt. Apparently, you folks who are trying to do that believe in the Constitution and the Bill of Rights until someone says something with which you disagree. Well, I think that's pretty shameful. As regards transgender girls competing with biological girls, that's a ridiculous thing to even consider. Serena Williams, who is arguably the best female tennis player who ever walked this planet, said in an interview that she would never want to play against a man. She said that even Andy Murray, who was a good but not great tennis player, would finish her off 6-0, 6-0 in about 20 minutes. Men are bigger, they're stronger, they're faster, they hit harder. So what girl in her right mind would want to compete against a biological male masquerading as a girl? Thank you.
Jane Mullenbrook Yee, and then Doreen Moritz is next.
I'd like to comment about Nancy's t-shirt, the Real Women Rock t-shirt. A recent RH line made a good point about the t-shirt. If trans women are real women, which we are repeatedly told, then the t-shirt should not be a problem for someone with that viewpoint. Now, just because we have the freedom to identify as whatever we want to do, we're Americans, we're allowed to do that, it doesn't mean that we get to participate fully in every identity we can possibly imagine. This afternoon I did some yard work. I felt like a sloth after it, but I shouldn't be sent to the zoo just because I identified as a sloth for a few minutes. I see this as a sports issue too, in how we identify, because sports is one of those areas that if you identify as a female, it doesn't mean you get to necessarily participate in female sports. So I see there being 3 camps related to the sports issue. The first one, which I am in, is that if you have a Y chromosome, you are on the men's team. Everyone else can be on the female team. That's a biological thing. There is no debate about that. Fairness, though, as many of our prior speakers and the girls' teams coming through, there is a definite issue there. And you only have to look to Leah Thomas and swimming. When Leah identified as a male, he was 350th ranked, and when he identified as a she, he became the first ranked and put out the women who were competing for their whole lives down a notch because he now had the top spot. So just because you're taking steroids, that doesn't allow you to participate. That disqualifies you. Your hormones or puberty blockers or whatever fall into this same category. We've also heard about safety. The Olympic women's boxing situation with serious head injuries from the male participant who is identifying as female is a case study in that to the extreme. There's also the privacy issue. Girls shouldn't be having to have boys coming into their restrooms or locker rooms in skirts. The Virginia case where a girl was raped in the bathroom by a boy in a skirt became national news. And just last week, Deerfield, Illinois was forcing 13-year-old girls in the locker room to be dressing in front of a boy. There's also the emotional trauma that if someone has, I remember being a 13-year-old girl, I would be clearly traumatized if I was forced to change clothes in front of a 13-year-old boy. So that's the first camp, that's the one I'm in. Second camp is that trans women are real women. There should be no conflict.
Doreen Moritz, you're up, and Ashley Edwards is up next.
Good evening, Dr. Schaefer, Madam Chair, and the board. Thank you for allowing me to convey a few words. I have lived in the Thompson Valley School District for the past 12 years. My 32 career was as a secondary counselor in Omaha, Nebraska. I have 4 questions I wish the board to consider. I have read the Thompson Valley District mission and vision statement. It states the Thompson Valley District will be a school district that empowers, challenges, inspires students, faculty, staff, parents, school leaders, and community leaders to learn and excel. It states that one of the ways to empower that is by recognizing, honoring, and respecting differences. My first question, was this mission statement and vision statement written with the intent of applying to all or just some? I have read the Thompson Valley School District non-discrimination policy. Thompson District does not discriminate based on a person's actual or perceived characteristics, such as, but not limited to, sex, sexual orientation, gender, gender identity, or gender expression. My second question, is this policy meant to protect transgender students and girls from discrimination? I have briefly read some of your bios, and some excerpts are putting students first for all she does to ensure success of each Thompson Valley student, to advocate for policies and initiatives that promote academic excellence, equity, and inclusivity, a belief in the power of public schools to provide a great education to all students, and a responsibility to provide a strong foundation for the future leaders of this community. A number priority must be to provide the best education possible for all students. My third question, will each of you continue to believe your commitments are for all students and not just some? I trust the Thompson Valley School District is committed to providing a safe space for all, regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. I thank all of you for your time, commitment, love of public education for all students, faculty, staff. To all the transgender and non-binary students here tonight, you are okay just as you are.
Ashley Edwards, and then next up will be Katie Bainbridge.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Edwards. I am a school counselor over at Thompson Valley High School, and I am a proud transgender woman. I want to say that all of my opinions expressed here today are my own and do not represent Thompson School District. I want to thank the majority of our board for their continued support of our amazing and wonderful transgender and non-binary students. Our trans students are incredible, kind, amazing kids, and incredibly brave to live in this world that for some reason is so against them existing and being themselves. Contrary to what some people believe, there is no secret trans agenda. What trans people want in life is to just be themselves and be accepted for who they are. During a Senate meeting in December, before a discriminatory policy banned trans women from NCAA sports, NCAA President Charlie Baker testified that out of over 500,000 NCAA student athletes, he knew of less than 10 that identified as transgender. That is 0.002% of all NCAA athletes. Sports teach children important lessons in life, such as teamwork, camaraderie, perseverance, sportsmanship, and respect for everyone. Why anyone would want to take that away from any student is beyond what I can fathom. There is no reason why an 11-year-old transgender girl should be barred from playing on her middle school soccer team when all she wants to do is play a sport that she loves with her friends, or why a transgender freshman girl should be forced to play on the boys' team. Trans people are amazing, and one trans player will not take a struggling basketball team and turn them into the Jordan-era Bulls. Sports is a team game. The rhetoric that trans women are not real women is not only hateful, but is just not true. Trans women are real women, and no man in Washington, nor member of this board, will tell me or any trans person who we are. And I genuinely hope that you will consider censoring any board member that expresses discriminatory and bigoted views while being a representative of this school district. In closing, trans people have existed since the beginning of time and will continue to exist until the end of time. Again, I want to thank the majority of this board for their support of all of our students. Thank you.
Katie Bainbridge, and then next it will be Ann Bradbury.
Hi, my name is Katie Bainbridge. I use she, her pronouns. I am a Loveland resident and deeply concerned parent. Good evening, members of the board, parents, students, and staff. Although I failed the Loveland High School swimming proficiency 3 times, I am a proud graduate of Loveland High School and a recipient of many community scholarships. It's with this sense of pride in my education that I stand before you today, deeply concerned about the disruptive behavior of certain individuals in our community, and particularly one board member. I'm tired of the constant efforts to divide us, and I'm especially concerned about the behavior of the Rumfelds. Nancy's excessive demands on staff time, searching for wrongdoing where there is none, and refusal to accept the decisions made by this board is creating chaos. She doesn't follow board policy. Instead, she goes rogue, stirring up district parents with her political agenda. This has to stop. Let's talk about the disinformation she's spreading, particularly about student achievement in areas like reading and math. She takes information out of context to mislead the public, and this is damaging to our district. Her obsessive conspiracies about finances, the budget, the audit, the teachers' union, and curriculum have created unnecessary confusion and division. She has made excessive demands on the administrative staff to cater to her whims, which is not only disrespectful to the hardworking professionals in our district, but also completely inappropriate for a school board member. Nancy's actions have been nothing short of atrocious. We haven't forgotten when she voted against the Period Project with Grace Upon Grace, saying it went against her principles. We haven't forgotten about her jumping to conclusions about a student incident or the way she jumped in as a hero after Maddie Wilkins spoke about not getting the help she needed. Nancy's involvement in that situation was an overstep, and she had no business engaging with it in the way that she did, particularly when there are clear rules specifying how, and with clear rules and laws that govern how such issues should be handled. Her actions with the Thompson Valley High School newspaper writers and the teacher who conducted the Get to Know You survey were similarly out of line. Instead of following proper procedures, Nancy chose to blow the situation up by publishing her own personal views and emailing district staff, turning a minor issue into something it was not. And yet, she continues to claim there's a lack of trust in the district from the community. The truth is, the lack of trust is not in the district, but in her role as a board member. She has consistently undermined the trust of parents, students, and staff through her actions. If parents are so dissatisfied with the direction of our public schools, they have an option: homeschool. But what happens when your own child is accused of being transgender? Will they stand by their children, or will they further perpetuate division and discrimination? It's essential we ask ourselves what kind of community we want to be, and how we will respond to a child's privacy and dignity when they are at stake. As a community, we need to focus on the real work of supporting students, fostering an inclusive environment, and empowering our educators. Nancy's actions, her politicization of every issue, her disregard for protocols, and her ongoing disruption are a hindrance to the progress we all want to see in this district. As a community, we need to focus on supporting our students and focusing on that. It's time for the board to stand firm in its commitment to its staff and students and to hold accountable those who disrupt and distract from the mission. Thank you for your time.
Ann Bradbury, and then next up will be Ryan Wilkin. Ann Bradbury, and then Ryan Wilkin.
Good evening, school board members. I'm honored to be side by side with my beautiful daughter-in-law and all my granddaughters tonight. This has been an interesting evening so far, but I will say what I have to say, and I appreciate your time. As a wife, a mother, a grandmother, and a believer who cares about students and our community, I'm seeing all students. I have always tried to keep an open mind about unity and being at peace with one another. This issue is not about hate. I hear a lot of hate tonight. This is not about hate. It's about safety and fairness and doing what is right for women in sports. I want to make one thing absolutely clear. Advocating to keep biological males out of women's sports is not transphobic. It's about fairness and protecting the integrity of women's athletics. This isn't about rejecting anyone's identity. It's about ensuring that female athletes have a fair and level playing field. Biological males, and I've heard this tonight from others, have undeniable physical advantages over females. This is why men and women's sports have always been separated, to protect fairness. This is about fairness. It's not about hate. Allowing biological males to compete in women's sports takes away opportunities from female athletes. It means fewer scholarships, fewer records broken, and fewer chances for women to succeed at the highest level, which they've worked so hard to do. Title IX was created to protect equal opportunities for women in education and sports. Allowing biological males in female competition undermines that progress. Defending women's sports isn't about excluding transgender athletes. It's about preserving fairness, physical safety, and the opportunity for female athletes. Men's and women's sports are separate, not because one group is valued more, but because biological differences matter in competition. Protecting women's sports is not anti-trans. It's pro-woman. Female athletes have fought hard for the right to compete on a level playing field. Ensuring fairness in women's sports isn't hateful, it's common sense. I hope you take what I've said tonight at heart, and I hope I planted a few seeds. Thank you.
Ryan Wilkin, and then Lori Goebel.
Dr. Schaefer, Madam President, members of the board, Ryan Wilkin, District A. I came here tonight to speak on two topics I believe the board has failed our children on, us as parents and community members as a whole. There was a 5-to-1 vote against having parental consent during the child's transition plan that was adopted by the district. Your mission and vision statement explains how you like to empower parents. Explain to me how that empowers parents, taking away our rights and hiding what our children are doing in your schools. And how does our children's gender affect education? Period. Please explain that. Director Runfeld is the only one that stood up for my rights as a parent. This next topic I will discuss and segue it off of that March 5th meeting that you guys, Amy and Denise, confronted Director Rumfeld in the shirt she wore that said "Real Women Rock" by the manufacturer XXXY. You were shaming her. You were putting words in her mouth and you were telling her how she feels. Nobody likes that. Poor behavior by directors. I can remember 2 occasions that you wore a pride shirt in support of that community. Nobody made that a federal case, but I find that very hypocritical. And you're showing us something here. I remember stickers on laptops and water bottles from Kirk Doran. I remember one, Amy, that said, "I'd rather deport a racist than a migrant," and you talk about political agendas. It doesn't get much more political than that. Again, hypocritical. And on the topic of female sports, which XXXY stands on, I ask you a couple questions. What do our female athletes' thoughts and feelings matter when they're uncomfortable in a locker room with a biological male? Do their thoughts and feelings matter when they're paired in rooms overnight? Do we as parents have a say in any of this? Are you empowering these individual athletes? Are you empowering the parents? I haven't seen it. And these issues, I'd like to know where the district stands at Title IX, so I know how to move my kids around in schools.
Lori Goebel, and then Morgan Peters.
Good evening, Madam President, directors of the Thompson School Board, Dr. Schaefer, staff, and TSD community. Lori Goebel, Loveland. This is not something new or novel that I'm here to address you about this evening. I've stood before you multiple times, telling you facts and science of biology and also sharing stories of my sister and nieces regarding women's sports. Tonight, I urge this board to pass a resolution ensuring that our schools will not participate in sporting events where biological males compete in women's sports. This is not about exclusion. It's about fairness. It is about safety. And it is about the integrity of competition. This sign here, this is not a sign of hate. This is a true statement, whether in math or biology. Title IX was created to give female athletes a level playing field and equal opportunities in sports. Allowing biological males to compete against women undermines that very principle. Science and common sense confirm that biological males have significant physical advantages, greater strength, speed, and endurance, even after hormone treatments. This puts female athletes at a disadvantage and, in some cases, at risk of injury. Across the country, we've seen hardworking young women lose scholarship opportunities, championships, and even roster spots because they were forced to compete against biologically stronger opponents. That is not equality. That's injustice. Our district has a responsibility to protect female athletes and uphold the fairness that sports are built upon. This resolution does not discriminate. It simply ensures that women's sports remain for women as they were intended. If we fail to take a stand, we are telling our daughters that their dedication, their training, their achievements don't matter, and that is not a message that we should be sending. I urge this board to lead with courage, to stand up for fairness, and protect the integrity of women's sports in our district. Our athletes deserve nothing less. Thank you for your time and your consideration of this very important matter. I yield the remainder of my time for any questions from the board, and I have a sample resolution for your consideration.
Morgan Peters, you're next, and then Lori White.
Good evening to the board. My name is Morgan Peters. I've worked as a teacher since 2018, and I'm a former teacher in Thompson School District, where I worked as a substitute and a middle school teacher from 2022 until 2024. I am also a trans woman, and no, I am not good at sports. I have the privilege of speaking here tonight and would like to ask the board a few questions. Specifically, I would like to direct my questions to one particular member, Nancy. I'm concerned that you, like hundreds of other misguided individuals in this country, are attacking trans rights in order to distract your followers from truly pressing issues. As we are all hopefully well aware, over 50% of the buildings in Thompson School District, including both of my former classrooms, do not have AC. I can assure you that when the classroom is over 90 degrees, every student feels it, trans or not. How does banning students from after-school programs like sports help every student feel safe and secure when students are at risk of heat exhaustion in their own classrooms? Excluding people, students or not, certainly does nothing to help the major issue of staffing this district faces. The special needs students in my classrooms had to share one paraprofessional. If she was absent, there was no additional support for these students. Again, these are the important issues that I wish desperately we would focus on instead. I may be trans, but I'm a teacher too. Additionally, in preparation for tonight, I decided to visit your website, Nancy, and found under the key issues section the sentence, "Every classroom encourages and respects diverse ideas and viewpoints." Right above that sentence is the phrase, "Respect starts with us." It's fascinating. It's interesting that you advocate for this on your website when, based on your recent decisions and statements, your actions and your words do not align. If in your words you want to open the door to the possibility of making the district better and make sure that all voices are heard in Thompson School District, also quotes from your website, then trans people have a place in Thompson School District. Lastly, of the 10 updates you've made to your website since March of 2024, 7 of those were related to trans people. I promise you, if you dedicated even half of the mental space you're holding for trans women and directed it towards other projects, the district would indeed be a better place. I'd like to direct this next comment to everyone. I understand you can't stop thinking about trans women, but please do it in private. I hope you understand that I am not the only trans teacher in this district. I was not the first, and I will not be the last. There have always been and will always be trans people, and I hope you understand that we do, in fact, make this district and this world a better place. Thank you.
Lori White, and then Lori Visda Ward.
Good evening. Thank you to the board and to the staff for allowing me to speak. After reviewing the district's vision and mission statement, especially the non-discrimination policy established over 24 years ago, I'm compelled to question Nancy Rumfeld's suitability as an elected representative on the Thompson School District School Board. We elect school board members to prioritize our children's education, not to impose personal, political, or religious ideologies. Unfortunately, Mrs. Rumfield has leveraged her title and position to amplify her political and religious beliefs. I find myself asking, how does this behavior enhance our children's educational experience? As we face a critical crisis in our educational system, particularly with the current administration dismantling the Department of Education, our focus must remain on the students. My son, who proudly graduated from Thompson School District on an IEP, benefited from a range of support services that were vital to his success. Therefore, I urge the district to outline its strategy for supporting and implementing the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, to ensure all children with disabilities receive a free and appropriate public education, complete with the necessary special education and related services. Additionally, how will the district address the funding disarray brought about by this administration? What concrete plans are in place to manage class size and alleviate the anxiety many students feel about attending school? These issues are of utmost importance, yet at this critical juncture, Mrs. Rumfeld has opted to use her platform to disseminate a harmful political message that impacts an already vulnerable segment of our community. This approach is not only disappointing, but also a dangerous distraction from the urgent needs of our students. It is clear that we cannot trust her in a position of influence over policymaking at such a pivotal moment in education. Thank you.
Lori Vizda Ward, and then next up is Arthur Goldsby. Sorry if I said that wrong.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, Dr. Schaefer. I'm Lori Vizda Ward. I live here in Loveland. Director Rumfeld says she is concerned about protecting real girls from transgender girls in school sports. She has written opinion pieces for the newspaper. She's held town halls featuring so-called experts on this issue, and she is even fundraising for her 2027 campaign for re-election by declaring herself the great protector of real girls. Here's what she and her supporters don't want you to know. It's not about fairness for female athletes. It is about attacking, demonizing, and erasing transgender kids. And after that, the rest of the LGBTQ plus community as well. I get it. People are afraid of what they don't know. Many people have never known a trans kid, and it's real easy to hate someone you don't know. But here's the thing. Director Rumfeld sat down for coffee with my trans son when he was still a student here at Loveland High School. He spent over an hour sharing his feelings, his journey, and his dreams with her, all knowing that she was someone who was uncomfortable with his very existence. When I recently asked him what he would say to her now, his answer was simple: just leave us alone. Trans kids are 5 times more likely to be afraid to go to school. They're 5 times more likely to be threatened with weapons at school, and they're 5 times more likely to attempt suicide than cisgender kids are. Trans girls playing sports is not the problem here. Nancy, I'm asking you to move on from your campaign of further stigmatizing trans kids. This relentless drumbeat of protect girls sports and real girls rock doesn't just harm a handful of trans athletes, it puts a target on the back of every trans boy and girl, every queer kid, every kid who doesn't fit your mold. As one mom to another, please stop. Please let the policies and laws that we already have in place work to protect trans and cisgender athletes alike, as they have for decades. These kids have been around for decades. Nancy, we both want the same thing for all of our kids. We want a safe place for our children to learn and grow. Please let it go. Thank you.
Arthur Goldsby and John Myers next.
Hi, my name's Arthur Goldsype, and I want to remind us all here today that the students are learning to model behavior that we act, and so I really encourage all of us to think very hard and to be good role models for our students, and I think part of that is us continuing to learn from each other and making sure that our actions lift up all the students. And so I just want to take a moment to first talk about this Real Women t-shirt and why that is harmful, even if maybe you didn't intend it. When we start trying to define who real women are, really we're trying to lift up women, that's great, but at what cost? Who are you stepping on to lift up that? We cannot really lift up one group at the expense of another. And so when we talk about real women, we're not only putting trans folks down, but we might be putting down women who don't feel like they live up to the expectations of being a woman. And so I don't think we should be policing what real women are. Second, I want to talk about the real issues for our students in sports. If we're really concerned about safety, then maybe we should consider novel solutions that don't focus on whether someone is trans or not. Because we're not doing genetic testing on these people to see whether they're trans. We don't really know. Sure, are we looking in their pants? I hope not. And also we need to recognize that when we say someone is born biological male, there's a whole diverse range of what it means to be biologically male. Some are short, some are tall. There's a lot more difference across the whole group than there is. So just saying someone is biological male does not necessarily mean they're stronger or taller than a biological, quote, biological woman. And so I want us to remember that if the real concern here is some sort of unfair advantage, it's not from being trans. And so if you want to make policies around making sports fair, then let's focus on what it is that makes that sport unfair. If it's being too tall, maybe we don't want 7 feet tall people playing against 5 feet tall people. And so really look at what harm we're trying to protect from. If we're worried about people getting injured, maybe we should consider providing better protection for these students. If we're worried about students not getting scholarships, maybe we can consider novel solutions like making schools more affordable or even free. And so I would really like for us to think about how we can protect all students and give them all the education they need that does not somehow step on the needs or rights of some other student. And I think it's really ironic that we had someone presented with an award earlier about inclusion in sports. And so I'd like to remember we honored that earlier, and so we can find ways to honor that and include trans people in sports. Thank you.
John Meyer, and then next up is James Chory.
I'd just like to thank the board for trying to address very challenging issues. There's obviously very strongly held views in this community. And as I listen to the people that have come before me, it seems to me that for you as the board, probably the most important people you should listen to are the students that spoke to you. They're the ones that you're to care for. They're the ones that you're to watch over. And I wonder whether there are any female athletes in Thompson Valley School District that would not want to have an environment where they competed only against female athletes. That would be what they have communicated tonight. That's what they want. They want a field where the people that they compete with are biologically female athletes. That view would be the view held by most of the people in our community. It would be held by most of the people in our country. It would be held by most of the people in the world. So it's not strange that someone would promote that view. It's the common view in every segment of our society. And that doesn't mean that transgender individuals lack some human value. That wouldn't be true at all. Gender dysphoria is a very real human experience. I'm a retired pastor. I have worked with lots of different people. I had a neighbor just across the street who was a transgender man. But we also know, if we're very familiar with this, that up until 2012, Gender dysphoria among females was not even in the professional literature. It didn't even exist in the professional mental health literature. So there's a phenomenon going on right now, and currently, the latest survey says that about 300,000 13 to 17-year-old youth in the United States identify as transgender. Right now, there are 53,000 people on one website, r/dtrans, that all regret the decision that they made. And if you go and read that website, it just makes you weep. There are many students in your school district experiencing dysphoria who will
James
regret
Torrey,
that
and then Evelyn King.
in the years to come.
Madam President and members of the Thompson Board School District. My name is Jim Shurey. I do campus work. I went to Laramie today and interacted with students over there. I go to CU Boulder. I go to CSU. I go to Metro State. I talk to people every day. I dialogue with people. You might say I debate with people. I exchange ideas with people. I think about what I do all the time. I guess I'm a professional debater, you might say. And I'd just like to say that in my experience and in my studies, those who define the terms win the debate, okay? That's just automatic. So I don't allow people to define the terms for me. We're going to define common terms and then we can have a conversation. But when you have some group defining the terms, then there's no dialogue. There's no possibility of understanding, okay? So I would encourage the board and the school district and everyone here to reject this trans vocabulary mindset. I would encourage schools, parents to not use that term. Males are males, females are females. You don't need to talk about trans males. I watched a program where they said, let's reject this terminology and let's just call these people pretend males and pretend females. And that would clarify the issue tremendously. Thank you very much.
Evelyn King, and then Tara Hildebrand.
Put this on pause for just a minute and find out from the board what they feel about. We've gone an hour now, and we have how many more? I don't know. About 50 more. And we have a business meeting to run. And that's what this really is our business meeting as well. So what is your pleasure, board? I'm going to go with what you want to do. Do you want to continue, go another hour, and then do our business meeting? Are you okay with that?
I definitely want to continue.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
I just needed to get a temperature of it from them.
Thank you. So that left us with Evelyn King, and then Tara Hildebrand will be next.
Good evening, board members. My name is Evelyn King. First, I'd like to commend you for the decision to install the metal detectors at school entrances. Every parent wants to feel confident that their child is safe at schools, knowing that dangerous items won't make it inside. This is a smart, common sense step to protect our students, and I appreciate your leadership on this issue. Athletics play a vital role in keeping students engaged and motivated. I believe you all know that. Most sports are made more safe by making sure that, are made safe as safe as possible. But there's one critical step still needed to protect student athletes. That's ensuring that boys are not allowed to compete against girls in sports. And I think you know that over 99% of babies, when they're born, their little brothers or sisters can easily tell whether they're a boy or a girl. Allowing boys to compete in girls' sports is unfair and puts girls at a serious disadvantage. Girls who have trained and worked hard risk losing rankings, awards, scholarships, and future opportunities when forced to compete against boys. This robs them of the chance to succeed at a level playing field. More concerning is the increased risk of injury. Biological differences in strength and speed make it more likely that girls will get hurt when competing against boys. How many girls need to be injured before action is taken? One injured girl, when it could have been prevented, is one too many, and I hope you agree. The Loveland community values fairness and safety. Allowing boys to compete against girls does neither. I encourage you to please protect girls' sports and ensure that the girls can compete fairly and safely. And I think you heard the students explain that quite well tonight. And I don't know what all this gang on is against Nancy, and it's really disrespectful that I heard where you've threatened her if she doesn't change her behavior. Now, what is that kindness, inclusiveness, and working together? That's a threat. It's not any attempt to work with Nancy, and I'd appreciate it if you would all change that behavior yourselves. Thank you.
Tara Hildebrand, and then Carly Ianchi will be up next.
Hi, I'm Tara. I have a bachelor's in sports medicine, and I have a master's in sports management. I have worked at every level of sports. I started in college sports, then I proceeded to professional sports, then I proceeded to national and Olympic level sports. And after that, I thought I'd take a break and work with youth sports. And by far, youth sports was the most difficult one to work with because there's parents who love their kids. And everybody wants their kid to get the scholarship. And everybody believes their kid is good enough to get that scholarship. I also played in sports. And my coaches, we competed against the boys all the time. And it made us better athletes. And we loved it. And the athletes I worked with in college, the athletes I worked with at the professional levels, the national levels, the Olympic levels, the women all enjoyed playing against the male counterparts. And many of them outdid their male counterparts. So I just feel like the sports whole story has a lot of stories. But I'm cisgender. I loved sports. I believe sports is a great team builder, a great confidence builder. It's great for your health, all sorts of things. My child, my daughter, is also an athlete. So she's also autistic. So she loved being in the water. The water calmed her senses. It was super supportive, helped her focus. She loved swimming. She started competing in this district. She competed for Bill Reed as a boy. She did it for 3 years because I was like, sports, sports, sports. I love sports. At the end of the Bill Reed, her career or whatever, at the end of Bill Reed, she was so demoralized and so traumatized, not because of what people were saying, but because of the outfit she had to use while she was swimming. And you won't hear from her tonight because she is still working on it. She's 20 years old and she still doesn't swim. And that's what these programs do to transgender females. And I will tell you, the coaches are responsible for the culture of teams. The referees are responsible for the culture of the games. There are athletic trainers to take care of injury. We all sign waivers at the beginning of the seasons. Sorry.
Carly Ionki.
Because sport injury is inherent to sport.
And then Wendy Ritchie.
Madam President, Dr. Schaefer, and school board members, my name is Carly Yonke. I'm a community member, a parent, and an employee of the district. I am here tonight to express my deep concern with the discriminatory behavior and statements of Nancy Rumfeldt. 3 minutes is not nearly enough time to cover all of how Ms. Rumfeldt's actions have brought harm to our queer students. Instead, I will use my time to present facts where she has only offered opinions. Ms. Rumfeldt stated she likes to, quote, know the story behind the numbers, and so I'm here to share that story. According to the 2021 School Climate Survey from a nationally known nonprofit that supports queer students in education, transgender students experience the most hostile school climate compared to their peers. The Youth Risk Behavior Survey examines the mental health and school climate of transgender and cisgender high school students. Almost 44% of transgender youth had considered suicide in the past year, compared to 16% of their cisgender peers. This significant difference is seen across other measures for suicide attempts, feelings of depression, experiences of bullying and harassment, and missing school due to feeling unsafe. Ms. Rumfeldt's language is adding to the unfounded narrative that transgender individuals are to be feared. We, as a community, will not stand for this harmful, hateful, and discriminatory language from our school board. Her hateful statements, thinly veiled under the guise of supporting women's sports, does nothing but add to this hostile climate. Supporting women and girls in sports means expanding opportunities to play, not restricting which women and girls get to play. Ms. Rumfeldt's claims are not backed by evidence. However, the evidence from states that have implemented trans-inclusive policies show us an increase in girls' participation in sports, whereas states where there are trans-exclusionary policies or bans saw a decrease in girls' participation in sports. The bans on trans students' participation in athletics reinforces the stereotypical gender norms around the types of bodies that are more athletic. The cognitive dissonance needed to claim support for women's sports while also pushing the narrative that women are inherently weaker and less athletically inclined than men only further harms cisgender and transgender girls and women both. When transgender students are stigmatized and excluded, it puts pressure on every student to conform to gender role stereotypes as a way to avoid being bullied or harassed themselves. I would never stand by and let my students treat others or speak to others the way Ms. Rumfeldt has. And we as a staff and as a community expect the same decorum from all of our board members. Thank you for your time.
Wendy Ritchie, and then next will be Colleen Torres.
Good evening. My name is Wendy Ritchie, and I am a teacher here in the Thompson District. I am here, and it sounds like it's become pretty clear that there are quite a few people here to get some answers on how you all are going to move forward to protect the rights of the biological females in sports. Your community, athletes, students, staff, and parents are all deserving of a decision. And you've heard tonight from many people that the debate over transgender athletes in women's sports is not about inclusion, it is about fairness. You've also heard people discuss about the biological factors with males. Even after hormone therapy, they often retain significant physical advantages, greater muscle mass, bone density, lung capacity. You've been hearing it this evening. These traits develop through puberty, don't fully diminish, and they give an edge that undermines a level playing field women have fought for decades to achieve. Sports are divided by sex for a reason, because biology does matter. Studies like those in the British Journal of Sports Medicine show that transgender women retain strength advantages over biological women, even after testosterone suppression. This isn't about denying anyone's identity, it's about protecting the integrity of biological women's competition. If we ignore these differences, we risk erasing the hard-won opportunities for biological female athletes. Fairness is not discrimination, it's justice. You've had almost an entire school year to make a decision when it comes to how you will protect our biological women in sports and have done nothing. I'm going to assume you've done nothing because up until this January, you've had very little direction on what to do from the federal government. And they've essentially left it up to the states. And so I don't know, you've all have chosen to do nothing or ignore it. But you do have a directive now, and that's come from the federal government and the executive branch. And those instructions have been clear on what is expected. So my question is, why have you not moved forward from this directive? There's absolutely no reason you should be going against a directive from our federal executive branch. You're now risking all federal funds that impact all of our students in this district being withheld. And I don't know if we are a district that can't afford to lose any funding at all. So if we have a group of transgender women that want to compete in athletics, they should. And they should be able to compete either with biological males or they should have their own separate category. The choice really should be easy. Please do the right thing.
Colleen Torres, and then Kim Hayes, or Thays, I'm not sure.
Good evening. My name is Colleen Torres. First of all, I want to congratulate all the real girls with their accomplishments tonight. It was amazing to see all these young ladies up here. We hope that nothing gets in your way. It has been 6 months since I last addressed this board. In my previous address, I was here to speak on behalf of the decision made by our district administration to wrongfully terminate me from my head coaching position at Loveland High School. I was fired from coaching cross country and track because I asked questions around rules and regulations that had not yet been established regarding transgender competition in female sports. Because I expressed concerns and my own viewpoints surrounding this subject matter, rather than getting the help I requested, I was accused of breaking board policies and promptly removed from my head coaching position. An easy fix to avoid confrontation around such a touchy matter. Yet here we are, all of us, both sides tonight, putting the board on the spot that you need to be in because this is an issue that needs to be addressed. This district administration and school board has repeatedly avoided this topic due to its controversial nature. How much longer are you going to deny the community's request to address this matter? Please look at me while I'm talking. I appreciate your attention. Thank you. Judging by the turnout of tonight's meeting, I don't think you can hold out much longer. I don't doubt that every single person who's here to speak tonight is doing so because they are passionate about the topic in one way or another, either side. What we are asking of this board is to finally start a conversation which will lead to clear guidance and policies that are fair for biological females. We need a resolution that will protect girls in sports and also protect their spaces. Bottom line, this is a safety issue for biological females. President Trump's executive order does not leave much wiggle room. In fact, this district risks losing federal funding if we do not follow this very clear order. I'm not sure how much we have more to give, seeing as we are so far in the red and looking at major cuts in the next few years, not to mention the failure to pass the bond and mill levy. Shame, shame. I have 2 daughters who attend schools in TSD. I also have a daughter who graduated last year who is a Division I cross country and track athlete. They are all fierce competitors and all have had to manage the threat of competing against biological males in their sport, something I never had to worry about. If you've never competed athletically at a high level, I'm going to ask you to just stay in your lane on this one. These girls, real biological females, deserve fairness and safety in their sports, bathrooms, and in their locker rooms in this district. Hear us, don't continue to deny us, and do the right thing.
Kim Hayes, and then Ashley Phyllis.
Good evening, Board. Dr. Schaefer. My name is Kim Hayes. I'm a high school teacher here in TSD. I'm here tonight not as a school district employee, but as a concerned public educator and community member, and I hope you consider my comments as such. In my 12-year career teaching science, I figure that I've taught somewhere around 2,000 students. That's a lot of young people. And let me tell you, they were all different and unique. I've taught students who are eager to learn and students who are reluctant to even pick up a pencil. I've taught sassy girls and boys who can't sit still. I once learned how to use some very rudimentary American Sign Language so that I could speak to the deaf mother of a hard of hearing student. I have celebrated with state basketball champions. I've taught students who cursed at me, called me slurs, and screamed in my face. I've taught students who bounced from one foster home to another and cried with them every time yet another placement didn't work out. I've taught students who go home every day to alcoholic and even abusive parents. I have taught students who desperately did absolutely everything they could to keep me from teaching them, and yet I taught them. Time and time again, I have convinced the students in my classroom that they matter and that I care. Because I believe that public education is a place where every single child should be loved, respected, accepted as they are, and given equal access to an education. However, the most vulnerable students I have taught are those in the LGBTQ+ community. These are the students that most desperately need to feel seen and accepted, who are seeking validation for their own lived experience, and who feel the most fear of rejection, which I guarantee you is why you didn't hear from very many of them this evening. I have heard many comments tonight speaking about discomfort, uneasiness, and perceived unfair advantages. And yet I am afraid that our LGBTQ+ students are facing much more grave consequences. These students are more likely to experience severe depression, suicidal ideation, and even attempt suicide. Now, I'm a scientist first, so I will not ask you to take me at my word without citing my sources. Many studies published by the National Institutes of Health report similar and elevated numbers of self-harm, depression, suicidal ideations, and suicide attempts. According to a study by Jodfa et al., 65% of teens reported engaging in self-harm, 74% reported suicidal ideation, and over a quarter reported actually attempting suicide. In another study by Mark Hatzenberger, a PhD at Columbia, they found that teens in unsupported environments were 20% more likely to commit suicide. I know there are varying opinions in this room right now, but I hope we can all agree that we'd like to keep our children alive. Thank you.
Ashley Phyllis, and then next up will be Suzanne Pangrock.
Madam President, Dr. Schaefer, members of the board, thank you so much for having me here today. I am a non-binary teacher here at this district, so the opinions that I share are of my own and not of the district. I would like to say that I appreciate working at a district who in their mission statement says they support all students, not just some. Because it is hard right now being a queer person, and I have no doubt it is way tougher for our students. My concern is when I see a board member coming in with a shirt of discriminatory nature, saying what a real woman is. That is very harmful to our students. Because what message is that sharing them? Is that showing that we're following our own board policies of non-discrimination? Is that showing that we are a safe place for our students to be who they are? I am concerned that my students might be feeling unsafe because they learn from us, whether they are non-binary, whether they're trans, whether they're cis. I've heard a lot of statements today. Some of them have been not correct terminology. I've heard biological male thrown around way more than I've heard trans women, which is also harmful to our students if we're not categorizing them correctly. I think we all are here to help serve our students as best as we can, because as a teacher and as an educator, I believe it is my job first to care for my students and have a safe environment. And I cannot have a safe environment for my students if there's discrimination going on, point blank. We need to make sure that all members here, all of our staff, and all of our students are being the best versions of themselves and helping to make sure that our schools and our city is a safe place. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Suzanne Pangrock, and then Kathy Hardman or Hildeman.
Hello, my name is Suzanne Pongras. I have had kids and grandkids in the district since 1994. I currently have a grandchild playing sports at Wall Clark. I believe also that biological males should not be allowed in girls' sports for the reasons that everyone has stated. They have an unfair advantage once they go through puberty, their bodies are different, and it's just not fair to our girls. The rest of what I want to talk about is your guidelines, the ACE3, and I have a couple issues I wanted to bring up there. The first paragraph under privacy says all students have a right to privacy. I just want to know if that pertains to all students, including biological females in locker rooms, and not just the 1% of students that are transgendered. I don't think our daughters and granddaughters should unknowingly be undressing in front of biological males. I just don't think that's helpful to them. Sorry, I'm nervous. It's a huge violation of their privacy. Also under the privacy section, it states that transgender status may be withheld from parents if it puts the student at risk of harm. I think you as the board are not the parents of these children, and I don't think it's up to you to determine whether or not parents should be informed. I think if there's an issue that possibly there could be harm at home, then the school counselor needs to get involved and maybe child protection. I still think that parent has the right to know what's going on with their child. And then also on page 4 under overnight trips, it says, I'm quoting, "In no case shall a transgender student be required to share a room with students whose gender identity conflicts with their own." Again, why should our daughters or granddaughters be forced to unknowingly share a room with a male and possibly be undressing in front of a male? You guys have a hard job, and I think a lot of people have asked you for answers and to clarify just where you're going with this. It's really important to a lot of us. So thank you for your time.
Kathy Heidemann or Hildeman, and then John Kaufman.
My name is Kathy, and I am 71 years old. I have lived here since I got married in 1976, and my late husband grew up here. I've raised 3 children that have gone through Thompson Valley High School. They are all now adults. My career was child protection, so I know a lot about children at risk. Are you aware of the risks that your daughters have? 1 in 3 is going to be sexually molested before they are 16. Who do you think's molesting them? Not trans, white men. That's who's molesting your children, so that's who you should be worried about. If this was 1950, what topic would you be talking about? Niggers playing in sports. If this was 1960, you would be talking about how women shouldn't play sports because they were too fragile. No, you wouldn't be, not most of you, because the women would not be on the board because you were too emotional and not capable of being in the positions of authority. I throw a ball like a girl, like the old insult of throwing a ball like the girl, because I threw a ball once a year at field day. It was humiliating. By the time I was in high school, Title IX had come up, and so girls got to play. If a girl played a non-feminine sport like basketball or baseball, it was presumed that they were dykes or sluts. And when I went to the reunion, do you know who the dyke was? and I apologize to all people. It was the head cheerleader. So she had years of therapy in figuring out what it was to be othered. All of you women, there have been times when you have been othered, where you have not been good enough. And that is what you are doing to trans children. You had some athletes play here. Sports is not fair. My oldest wanted to play football, and he had to compete against two children who were held back by their fathers because they wanted him to be bigger. One of them got upset, and he ended up in jail. My daughter was a soccer goalkeeper, but you know what? She got her mother's genes, so she was short. That doesn't make for really good goalkeepers, does it? And you know what? She had an ACL injury her senior year, so that she lost part of the season from being injured. Sports is not a safe place, and trans does not make it any different.
John Kaufman, and then Mandy Koniger. Mandy Koniger.
Good evening, board members. Thank you very much for extending the time tonight to give us the opportunity to voice our views. Superintendent Schaefer, I'd like to congratulate you on your career here in Thompson School District and wish you the best as you move on. My name is John Kaufman. I'm a retired school administrator, and I just wanted to point some things out that might help clarify this issue for you. Yesterday, March 26th, the Federal Department of Education, Office of Civil Rights, opened an investigation into the Portland public schools and a directed investigation into the Oregon School Activities Association for violation of Title IX. For one, allowing a boy last week to compete in a girls' track meet and using the girls' locker room for changing with girls there. And also to the Oregon School Activity Association. Their policy is now being directly investigated. Gender identity participation policy, allowing students to identify their gender for the purpose of determining participation. Sorry if I'm doing that. They're determining participation rather than their biological gender. Okay, so that just came out yesterday. TSD has, I want to laud you in this. TSD has changed the title and hopefully reassigned the work focus for the Director of Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion, at least according to the website, to Director of Instruction here in TSD. This appears to comply with the new federal policy of eliminating DEI policies and efforts in any programs receiving federal funds like TSD. Okay? I recommend this same type of change in policy and actions to take place with respect to all discriminatory policies against girls in TSD athletics and other areas in order to avoid the cost and resource drain due to litigation from the federal government and loss of that federal support. In addition, I further recommend that rather than censure, this board formally recognize and laud Director Rumfeld for eliminating these negative outcomes for TSD and their students. Thank you very much.
Manny Koniger, and then Sharon Penny.
I have 3 daughters, one who currently plays sports in high school for your district, and 2 that have already graduated and are currently running cross country and track at the Division I level. I have almost 30 years of nursing experience, and I have coached at the middle school level for almost 10 years and witnessed the difference between male and female sports, bodies, and everything else that separates these two sexes. I'm angry that I have to take time away from my work, home, and family this evening because you as a school board refused to look at the facts in front of you. Compromising females' safety, respect, and value for who they are and how God made them and their hard-fought rights, in turn failing to do your jobs. Let me give you the facts. The fact is, in the furthest race on the track, the men's current U.S. 10,000 meter record is almost 4 minutes faster than the women's record. And every single record in the history books follows suit. Men being faster, jumping higher, throwing further than women. Interesting that we don't see that many women at the Division I level playing in male sports. Wonder why. These records are important to our household, as these are the distances my two oldest girls race. Girls that studied hard in your district and busted through Colorado weather every single day to earn scholarships to fulfill their dreams. They were disappointed that I had to speak today to try and protect the dreams of not only them, but other girls working just as hard, trying to do the same in their sports. Last year, I watched games that our high school girls played, the soccer team that was here, against a transgender on the opposing team. When they got hit by the transgender, they flew further and harder to the ground, compromising their safety. Many of the girls talked later that they felt uncomfortable playing that close to and against a boy in their sport. As a parent, I felt helpless, confused, and shocked that this was even allowed. We have all seen the videos of injured girls unable to compete in high school sports, let alone follow their dreams to play in college, due to a transgender injuring them during their sports. If you have not watched these videos, you need to. It is part of your job to make this decision. As upset as I was to do this today, I am the voice for our youngest daughter, who was a freshman in high school last year, going to her first practice and getting changed in her high school locker room, came home and told me that a transgender was in the locker room with the female teammates of the basketball team that he was playing for. Do you have daughters and granddaughters? I know you do. And even if you don't, do what I tell my children, put yourself in their shoes. The high school didn't close the locker room for her safety or respect. She felt violated, upset, and disregarded. Those were the words she wanted me to tell you tonight. No boy without permission in her life should be allowed to ever watch her undress or be allowed to undress in front of her. By not doing your jobs or looking at the facts, you've compromised an entire female population in your school district. You've disappointed
Sharon
many.
Penny,
Many
and then
lawsuits
Jen
have occurred,
Castaneda.
and many lawsuits are to follow.
Dr. Schaefer, members of the board, I am speaking on behalf of students, parents, grandparents, and great-grandparents here in northern Colorado who have a deep personal understanding about what is right and wrong, good and evil, and who are confident that their understanding did not come from within themselves, but rather was given to them by a higher authority, an authority above mere man. In ancient times, an entire group of people was described like this: every man did what was right in his own eyes. Whatever they decided was right was right. What they determined good was good. And what they declared evil was evil. As a whole, that people group was not looking to their creator designer for truth. They were looking within themselves and their peers only. And the result was community chaos. In the end, that entire society came under judgment. Thompson School District is experiencing a clash of ideologies that is not political, but spiritual. We are in a spiritual battle here in northern Colorado for the hearts and minds of our students. The fractious atmosphere at school board meetings isn't actually about t-shirts and gender questions. It is at its base about truth. What is truth? Is truth what each of us individually decides, If that is so, what if she entirely disagrees with him? What if what he believes is right and wrong is the polar opposite of what they believe? Chaos. Or is there ultimate truth to be had? One truth that does not originate within us, within any of us. Long ago, Pontius Pilate asked Jesus Christ a question. He said, truth. What is truth? That was likely an honest question. He didn't know, and he wondered out loud. Can we ask it?
Jen Castaneda, and then Ian Rutherford. Jen Castaneda, and then Ian Rutherford. And right after that would be Janet Wright. I know we've got some people coming in. I just kind of want to tee it up while we have an extra second. Jen Castaneda, Ian Rutherford, or Janet Wright? Okay. We'll take Janet, and then maybe the other two can get here from the other room. Janet. Correct, Janet Wright.
Yes, I'm Janet Wright. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I live in Fort Collins. I'm on the board of directors for PFLAG Fort Collins in northern Colorado. As I suspected, most of us here tonight were here because of Nancy Rumfeld, either supporting her bullying or standing up to it. I'm in that latter group. At the August 21st, 2024 Board of Education meeting, Nancy's partner distributed a letter called "History Will Show We Failed to Protect Our Children." It was full of propaganda, lies, misinformation, and vile rhetoric, a lot of what we've heard tonight. And a lot of people, you can find a lot of your policies online as far as locker room and sports. Avail yourself. It was full of propaganda, ugly efforts to violate Title IX. She signed it, Nancy Rumfeld, Director, District C, Board of Education, Thompson School District. Below that was an italicized disclaimer that she was not speaking on behalf of the board. I don't think it works like that. I, along with input from the PFLAG president, PFLAG National, One Colorado, and hours of finding and citing peer-reviewed medical journals, was able to accurately refute the made-up facts provided by Nancy. And I have copies if anyone wants after. TSD's definition of bullying is any written or verbal expression, no matter the medium or method of delivery, including, without limitation, electronic transmission or a physical act or gesture, or a pattern thereof that is intended to coerce, intimidate, or cause any physical or mental or emotional harm to another person. My interpretation is that this would also cover an inappropriate t-shirt worn on school property at a district board of education meeting. In addition, Nancy also voted against air conditioning in your students' unair-conditioned schools. Her loyalties aren't to the students, and she would rather spend her time as an elected person on the Board of Education pursuing a population that is less than 1% of the United States, and children, kids. I'm speaking directly to all of you on the board. Do something. Censure her. Take a stand for decency and for all of the students. Do something. You know it's time. Thank you for allowing me to speak for all the students.
Jen Jen Castaneda, Ian Rutherford. Okay, come on up, Ian. And then Jen Rutherford or Reggie Johnson.
Thank you, Dr. Schaefer and board members, for the opportunity to speak tonight. 1,328. I'd like you to keep that number in mind for the next couple of minutes. My name is Ian Rutherford. I am the father of 7 girls, some of whom participate in sports and all of whom use the bathroom and locker rooms at school. It amazes me that we are having a debate about something that is so obvious. Boys don't belong on girls' sports teams and don't belong in their bathrooms. That is the only answer that needs to be given to male encroachment on girls' spaces and opportunities. But I feel like a girl. No, you are a boy, and your gender dysphoria doesn't let you take away girls' opportunities and safe spaces. But I like wearing dresses. No, you are a boy, and your gender dysphoria doesn't let you take away girls' opportunities and safe spaces. But I'm taking chemicals that will likely result in permanent physical harm and sterilization. No, you are a boy, and your mental condition does not let you take away girls' opportunities and safe spaces. Girls don't owe anyone an explanation for why they don't want boys in their bathrooms and locker rooms, and shame on any adult that tries to bully them into accepting it. Title IX exists to protect female spaces and female sports, and right now this district is in violation of federal law. Girls deserve a fair playing field for sports. All the talk of compassion and inclusion is just a fog to hide the reality that girls are being bullied into accepting an unfair and unacceptable situation. But who does this policy actually hurt? Remember that number 1,328? That's the number of awards that have been stolen from female athletes in the name of compassion and inclusion. This list, 40 pages, 10-point font, double-sided, is the list of awards that males have taken away from girls from the shewon.org website. It's a shameful history of dashed sports dreams that males have taken from females. Is this board going to defend the girls in Thompson schools, or is it going to continue to tell them to shut up and take it when boys are in their locker rooms winning their medals and depriving them of opportunity? Thank you.
We've got Reggie Johnson and then Tiana Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Reggie Johnson. Excuse me, and my pronouns are she, her. I'm the proud mother and grandmother of transgender loved ones. Let me ask each one of you here, which hand do you use to write letters, or brush your teeth, or swing a baseball bat? Okay, now, when did you decide to be left-handed or right-handed? Likely it was not a decision. Which hand you use is an innate characteristic which is simply part of who you are. And so it is with being transgender. It's not a decision, it's not a choice. Some of you may actually be ambidextrous, that is, using either hand, not just one or the other. And so it is with being non-binary. I'm also the president of PFLAG Fort Collins, whose mission is to create a caring, just, and affirming world for LGBTQ plus people and those who love them. I represent numerous families with kids in Thompson School District, specifically families with transgender or non-binary youth. More than a few of these families discovered that their loved one was transgender or non-binary at a mental health facility or an emergency room after their child tried to take their own life. Every day, trans and non-binary students face discrimination, harassment, non-acceptance of who they are, whether intentional or due to a lack of understanding of their lived experience. It's really tough to be trans or non-binary in today's world. PFLAG greatly appreciates gender-affirming policies and procedures that are in place in Thompson and the literally life-saving work the majority of the board members, teachers, and staff do for our kids. However, we know that Nancy Rumfeld is the exception. At the August board meeting I attended, Ms. Rumfeld placed that anti-trans propaganda that Janet mentioned on all the attendee seats. It was fraught with misstatements, errors, and outright lies. No references provided for any of the supposed facts that she laid out. So as Janet mentioned in September, we provided a detailed response to superintendent and the board. We refuted the points made, and we included actual facts and references. Our response noted that Ms. Rumfeld's behavior is in fact Thompson School District's own definition of bullying. We asked for her censure. In the intervening months, we believe Ms. Rumsfeld's unacceptable behavior towards transgender, non-binary students has escalated. We ask you to hold her accountable, and we ask again for her censure. Thank you.
Tiana Johnson, and then Michelle Benzer.
Hi, thank you. My name is Dr. Tiana Johnson. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm a licensed psychologist from Loveland, Colorado. I am here tonight in strong support of all students, and especially our queer and trans students. And I'm demanding accountability for Nancy Rumfeld's actions based in bigotry and discrimination towards our LGBTQ+ community. As a psychologist who works closely with the trans and gender diverse community, I'm appalled by her actions and using her position on the school board to disproportionately target and harm our most vulnerable students. Research has consistently shown that LGBTQ+ kids are at higher risk for depression, anxiety, suicidal thoughts, and suicide attempts. I want to be extremely clear in stating that these mental health impacts have nothing to do with the children or their identities, but everything to do with living in a society that does not support them. It should be no surprise to hear that when LGBTQ+ youth feel the blatant discrimination from transphobic rhetoric, policies, and laws, it significantly harms their academic performance, their mental health, and their well-being. Last year, nearly 40% of LGBTQ+ youth seriously considered suicide. Nearly 40%. This is completely unacceptable, and actions like Nancy's contribute to the blatant disregard and harm to these kids. As adults, our jobs as school board members, parents, leaders, and community members is to help children feel safe. It is not our job as adults to pick and choose which children that safety applies to. All students, and especially our trans and queer students, deserve our love and care. I will not sit idly by and allow any of our community leaders to put students in harm's way, and neither should you. Our community is here to safeguard these students and to say that we are stronger than your hate. Finally, rather than attacking and harming our LGBTQ+ students, shouldn't we be focusing on students' actual needs? As Colorado school funding faces significant budget cuts, resulting in what I believe could be a $4 million loss for this district alone, Nancy wants to waste our time targeting vulnerable students. I call into question her ability to serve as a board member if she's unable to appropriately prioritize students' needs. In conclusion, I strongly condemn her bigotry and harm to students, and at a minimum, I demand that she's censured until she abides by the ethics code and dress code that she agreed to when becoming a board member. Our students and our community deserve better. Thank you.
Michelle Benzer, and then Linda Bidlake.
Good evening. My daughter attended schools in this district. She also participated in intramural sports, and then she ran track and cross country at the varsity level. This student and athlete is my transgender daughter, and she is now a thriving adult. I'm aware that inclusion of male to female transgender students in girls' sports, it's a complex and debated issue, balancing fairness, inclusion, and competitive equity. I've heard many statements this evening about physiological differences in strength, muscle mass, and height. I can only speak to my experience as the mother of a transgender daughter. My daughter participated in therapy, and when appropriate, she started hormone therapy, which included anti-androgens to block puberty. She didn't develop the height, she didn't develop the strength or the muscle mass or things like that that she would have like her brother had she not taken the anti-androgens. As a mother, this was not easy. I cried. I wondered what I did to be punished. I feared for my daughter that she was going to get killed, beaten, assaulted. but I did what was right because it wasn't a choice. This is how she was born. And as parents, we do what we can to make sure we fulfill our children's needs, passions, goals. That is our responsibility as parents, to help them. It doesn't matter who those kids are. I'm also aware that the lack of knowledge and verified information about transgender youth instills fears in some students, but primarily parents and their extended family. So when my daughter officially transitioned, I thought that life was going to be better for her, but it wasn't. I will say that my daughter blossomed and became happier, being her true self, and by living life as the gender that she identifies as. She was excited to play sports alongside of her female friends, to change in the girls' locker room in a private stall, and sometimes in the coaches' restrooms. The camaraderie, the social skills, coping mechanisms that all people learn in school and out of school were enhanced by competing in girls' sports. Not once did she attack, stalk, or threaten any natal females. In fact, she was encouraged to enter the girls' locker room and restrooms alongside other girls because after my daughter began her transition, the girls in her class in sports stated that they knew all along that she was always a girl, and finally her appearance and actions aligned with that. I ask you to take that into consideration because the board and the staff at that time did a great job.
Linda Bidlake. Linda Bidlake, and then Amy Herrick is next.
Hi, my name's Linda. I worked with the child of Michelle who just talked to you, and the grown-up child will speak to you in a little bit too. She ended up down the line a little bit. 20 years ago, I was a school psychologist in the district, including at Bill Reed Middle School. One of my clearest memories was this student coming tearing into my class or my counseling room in a panic. Somebody said my voice squeaked. It can't. Just terrified at the news that male puberty was started. She just turned 13. She had known, as her mom said, from a very young age that she was really female. What evolved from there was that she started taking hormone blockers. Yay, Mom. The puberty blockers by the end of the 7th grade year, and decided to come back in 8th grade as who she really was and stay at Bill Reed. Now, this is 20 years ago. We didn't have any clue how to do this. We couldn't find any precedent for it. There have always been transgender people and kids, but we hadn't known what to do with them in school. We hadn't really known they were there. And so we had to make up what to do. We spent a good bit of time that summer as a team, including Michelle and her daughter, Melena, to answer all the questions. Who do we tell? What do we tell them? What do we do if the newspaper shows up? What about bathrooms, etc.? What about names? We had the support of the administration. And we had wonderful principal. Many of you probably know Todd Ball still. At first, he looked like a deer in the headlights, like, we're going to do what? But then we dug in with the team and learned and figured out how to support this kid in a way that was fair and good for everybody else. And it worked. It was actually fairly easy. We didn't get much problem from it. The newspaper didn't show up. We told the entire staff so that they could be on the lookout and make sure she was safe. We didn't tell the kids. We left that to her to do. And most of them did respond with, yeah, I always figured you were a girl. Like, here, let's trade hair barrettes or something like that. And she ran girls' track. We didn't know if she could. Her mom contacted the CHASA, the Colorado High School folks, who said, we haven't had that question asked before. And I think they consulted with somebody from the Olympics Committee who've changed their standards and their criteria many times over the years. At that point, what they did was listen to Melena's story and decide, yeah, it's okay. The key was, for them, she hadn't gone through male puberty. And so she was not a male in a way that would threaten any females.
Amy Herrick, and then Sabrina Herrick will be next.
Hi, my name is Amy, and I want to sincerely thank all members of the board, with the exception of Nancy, of your commitment to inclusivity. Your policies ensure that every student, regardless of their background, ability, or identity, feels seen, valued, and supported. This leadership doesn't just shape schools, but it shapes futures. I was here last month and I spoke, and I will keep coming. I have a trans youth in TSD. My child is safe and supported with the current policies. Thank you.
Sabrina Herrick, and then Ethan Breeding.
My name is Sabrina Herrick. My daughter is a student at PSD, not TSD. I'm here tonight because given the accusations of transphobia by one of your board members, you need to hear my daughter's story. My daughter is autistic, currently 11 years old. When she was 9, she, along with 10 other autistic students aged 5 to 10 that we know of, was abused by a PSD employee, Tyler Zanella. She was one of the so-called lucky victims. She only got pinched, kicked, slapped, and insulted and only needed therapy. Other children faced racial epithets, death threats, were beaten with shoes, had their heads smashed into windows, and were sexually battered. One of the children, a kindergartner, was abused so much they had to be scanned for bleeding on the brain. Zanella was hired in August 2022. PSD started getting complaints about him in September 2022. He wasn't investigated until May 2023 when he was immediately fired and arrested. You might wonder why I'm telling you all this. It's because my family didn't sue Zanella. We sued PSD and several members of its leadership. Despite PSD's public statement in August 2023 that Zanella's actions were his own and don't represent PSD, PSD leadership created a culture that disregarded the well-being of disabled students and therefore allowed 11 autistic children to be abused for an entire school year. I'm telling you this because I know what happens when a district's leadership fails to respect the humanity of marginalized children and their care. Kids get hurt and the district gets sued. Go ask your friends on PSD's board what they're looking at spending on settlement after insurance pays their share. This is my permission for them to answer. I don't know where most of you stand on trans rights. I don't know if you agree with Nancy Rumfeld or disagree, but your silence is complicity with her hateful statements, and it's encouragement for transphobic staff who want to know what you'll tolerate them doing to children in their care. And now you have no excuse to claim you don't know what a bigot will do to children. Protect your students by standing up against transphobic nonsense. Even if you won't go do it out of compassion, do it for your budget. And one last thing before I go. We've had a lot of people here tonight who want to act like this is about women's sports. How it's not about hate, it's about safety and fairness. Well, the only time anyone wants to talk about women's safety and women getting a fair shot is when it's some shallow topic like sports at the expense of a marginalized group like trans people. This is not protecting the sanctity of sports. This is making excuses to justify bigotry and other people who don't look like you. Nancy, I am not a victim of trans women's existence. I'm not your excuse to be a bigot. Keep your gender out of my mouth.
Ethan Breeding, and then Nancy Meredith.
Hello. I want to thank everybody for staying late so you could hear all of us, because I think that everybody's viewpoint is important. I want to acknowledge the passion of everybody who talked, because I believe that a lot of you genuinely actually believe that your daughters are threatened and you want to protect them, and that's a very noble thing to do. what I want to ask is, what do you know what you're asking for when you ask a legislative body to decide who is female and who is male? Because I'm not going to tell you my pronouns or the gender that I was assigned at birth. One, because it's not really anybody's business, but two, because I was born with XXY chromosomes. So that means I'm intersex. And there are a lot of different people and different kinds of being intersex. When I was a child, that means that I was born with deformed genitals, and my parents were forced to do a cosmetic procedure on me when I was a baby in order to make me fit in with other kids. And what that ended up happening is that when I was a 10-year-old, I started on male puberty. And they decided that they didn't want that for me because they didn't know. And so they started me on puberty blockers. And that lasted a while until they put me on estrogen. And I was only 12 or 13 years old. I played sports as a kid. I played hockey. I played basketball. I did swimming. And thankfully, where we lived in Denver, there was places where kids could play just against each other. And I never had to choose. And then I got into high school, and I decided, well, I want to be in the Boy Scouts. I want to do Civil Air Patrol like my dad. But the problem was that I would have to be sorted. So I just want everybody to think about what it means for maybe your kid to be accused of being transgender because they're too good, and then all of a sudden you have somebody you don't know who has to look in your child's pants. I don't want what happened to me when I was a kid to happen to anybody else. And I think that where you are physically should determine what you get to play and where you get to participate. Thank you.
We have Nancy Meredith, and then Marsha Peterson is next.
Good evening, everybody. This has been an enlightening evening for sure. I want to thank you for this extra time to hear public comment, and in general, I want to thank you, for most of you, for your support of all students and staff in Thompson. Specifically, I want to talk about respect. Yesterday, I watched the Advanced Colorado interview with you, Nancy, and was quite appalled at the portrait you and the interviewer tried to paint of your co-directors. The way in which you continue to play the victim or the poor me as being the one lone conservative simply is not true. After watching and listening to BOE meetings, whether in person or not, I want to go on record as saying I've only witnessed nothing but respect given to you by all other directors. They don't cut you off, nor did they disallow you to speak. I know that you, Nancy, want your followers to believe and to think that you are being disrespected. That is not true. You have the same platform and space to voice your opinion as every other director. What I think happens to you, Nancy, is that you confuse respect with those differing with differing viewpoints. Not agreeing with you or your right-wing conservatives is not disrespect. Is simply looking at how we include all kids, all students, versus excluding a group of someone that you don't agree with that lifestyle. Playing the victim never works for anyone, ever. My call to action is to stop the victim behavior, stop distracting this district from doing the important work that needs to be done, and instead, let's concentrate on that important work. It's time to move on. Thank you.
Marsha Peterson, and then Casey Mellentine.
Okay, and I'm going to do a quick check right now. Thumbs up, keep going. We have a business meeting. I'm sorry for those of you that are sitting over there waiting for, but what do you think? Keep going? How many are there?
I mean, actually still here. Maybe
I don't know.
I wouldn't know. But we have maybe 25, 30, between 25 and 30.
And you have 15 call-ins.
And we have, yeah, we can, yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, I think calls at the end would be great. Everybody in person would be really nice if we
Are
can
there
do
a lot
it.
of people still in the other room? Do you have any idea if there's still a lot of people over there waiting? 16 or 20? Okay, okay to keep going? All right, thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks.
Sorry,
No.
but I have to keep doing a pulse check here.
Yeah, thank you. So Marsha Peterson and then Casey Mellentine. Is Casey here by chance? Okay. Olivia Lowe, are you here by chance? Angie McMillan by chance? Aaron Lee? Oh, I'm sorry. You are? Okay, Angie McMillan will be next for now. And then Marsha Peterson, if you're here.
Thank you for extending the time and letting everybody speak tonight. My name is Angie McMillan. I have been a Loveland resident for 3 years. I am also a mom to a transgender teen. And that teen is also on an IEP. When we moved to Loveland, because of the IEP, we took a tour of the school that we were assigned, which was Lucille Irwin. When I walked in there, I saw a large banner with bright colors that said "No Place for Hate." And I felt reassured that my child would be accepted here and continue to thrive. And that was not our experience. Throughout the course of the school year, my child experienced bullying, harassment, and hate every single day. Nothing was done, and she began to spiral. It quickly got to the point where my child was too scared to be in a regular classroom because the bullying was so bad. She became severely depressed, and for the first time in her life, she thought something was wrong with her and began to hate herself. Things became so bad that she began cutting herself and contemplating suicide. This resulted in an inpatient psychiatric stay, followed by months of intensive therapy. She struggled going back to the school environment, and we still couldn't get her back in the regular classroom setting. In addition to that, there was multiple school shooting threats throughout the district, many of them directed at the LGBTQ population. At this point, I made the decision to do the school of choice application and return to Poudre School District because I was afraid for my child's life. I made the decision to drive twice a day, 25 minutes each way, for my child to attend a school that fosters a safe and inclusive environment. That's over 8 hours per week, almost 36 hours per month, and over 293 hours per school year that I sacrifice so my teen, who is trans, can get an education because this school district failed her. And you know what? I chose to make that sacrifice again this school year as we entered high school. After starting 8th grade back at Preston, we saw improvements almost immediately. She was back in the classroom and actually learning and completing her schoolwork. Unfortunately, the mental health struggles did not improve as easily or as quickly. Although she's now able to be her authentic self, we still continue to monitor her mental health, given the rise in hate and discrimination against the trans community. Hate and discrimination that's not only tolerated, but in some ways encouraged and even glorified by people like Nancy. What message does that send to your teachers, to your students? If these comments and hate speech against our trans youth are tolerated, you're sending a message to every other board member, staff, student, family, that this type of rhetoric is accepted in Thompson School District. As members of the board, you have the responsibility to set the standard for your district, and I urge you to do better. I'm grateful that my child is here today and alive today. And I want to ask you, when the trans youth in your district are dead because you failed to provide them with a safe and supportive environment, what will you say to their parents? Thank you.
Marsha Peterson, Casey Millenton, Olivia Lowe, Aaron Lee, Bob Patterson,
Y'all kind of know me. We've had conversations before, and I hope when you're running for school board again, you come back to Berthoud for a forum, okay? But I appreciate you guys spending extra time with us tonight. I don't mean to be critical, but I saw a motion second, and then it was just disappeared. And Robert's rules says you should really move forward once a motion is seconded, so just in the future. So first of all, my son is gay. He lives in New Orleans. He likes dressing up like a girl every once in a while, okay? I love him. And he just completed a Texas Monthly article on Phyllis Randolph Fry. I don't know if you know who she is. She's the grandmother of gay and transgender rights in America, right? But I've done a lot of things. I like learning new things. I was a personal trainer in Houston. I had 2 trans females as clients. I loved working with them, but they could beat the butt out of anyone, whether it's a female or a male. There was a difference, okay? I think the best thing we heard is we actually heard about the people that are impacted. We've got adults that are passionate here, like I am, but we had the girls that told you what it's like competing against males in their sports. Today, the International Olympic Committee announced that they're going to do DNA testing, okay, to make sure that men are not competing in women's sports. The NCAA is also looking at doing the same thing, okay? So, I'm a bit disappointed about what appears to be the board's position that one board member takes a stand on an important issue, such as defending the rights of girls and women under Title IX in the President's executive order. That position is dismissed as a partisan act simply because it differs from the views of other board members. As you surely know, protecting girls in sports is not transphobic, just as excluding able-bodied athletes from Paralympics is not discriminatory. It's simply a matter of fairness. Thank you.
Okay, we actually have a couple other people that might be before you.
I was told I just got skipped over.
Yeah, Marsha Peterson, are you here? Okay, Casey Millenton? Olivia Lowe? All right, now we have Aaron Lee. Sorry, I know you got all the way back there. The timing's horrible, but I know getting across into the other room is hard.
Hello, Thompson Board of Education. My name's Erin Lee. I'm a mom here in Larimer County, a mom whose child was harmed by gender ideology in my public school when she was secretly transitioned at 12 years old in her 6th grade classroom into a boy in a secret gender and sexuality club. I have since learned that, unfortunately, speaking on this issue, including safeguarding female single-sex spaces, has become a heated and politicized topic. But this isn't a right versus left issue. This is a right versus wrong issue. Title IX has long upheld females' right to single-sex spaces, and it is your responsibility to honor those rights. It's clear by the turnout here today that this is an issue that needs to be discussed. Both sides deserve to be heard, but you cannot continue to ignore the issue itself, nor the truth of biological reality and existing laws that protect females. I believe one board member here, at the request of her constituents, has been asking for this conversation to happen for a long time. She's been chastised for standing up for girls and young women in this district who've come to her for help. She's been attacked for wearing a shirt similar to this one, but being pro-women is not being anti-anything. It's not hateful nor bigoted to acknowledge the fundamental truth that sex is immutable and that there are significant biological differences between males and females. That's just telling the truth. And in an establishment that educates tens of thousands of children, you should aspire to arm the next generation with truth, critical thinking skills, and the ability to engage in respectful problem solving. No one wants anyone to be left out. We just acknowledge that females deserve safety and fairness in their single-sex spaces. I led a statewide ballot measure effort this past year to handle this at the state level because it's not being handled by individual districts. And we encourage third spaces and third categories so that everyone can be included. So often we see young girls like the teams up here today being forced to stand up for themselves, but it shouldn't be up to them to self-advocate, especially not once they've already been put in an uncomfortable, unthinkable situation. It's up to all of us, the adults, to have productive conversations about the safety of children and do the right thing by them. I encourage this board to adopt a policy that safeguards girls' single-sex spaces while ensuring that no one is left out, so that all sides of this heated debate feel safe and supported. Thank you.
Casey Mellington or Olivia Lowe? David Jewell? Okay. Melissa? Somebody has just signed it like they're signing their legal contract, and I'm sorry, all I can tell for sure is that there's an M. It's great, but I can't read it. I'm good.
Matias?
I don't think so.
Okay, I'll wait.
Melissa is what I'm guessing. From Loveland. And then looks like maybe there's a Scott Bliss. Also guessing on that one because it's a signature. Ira Clagy. Laura Dimmitt. Ellie Lee. Mateus Borman. Okay, we found one. Yay. Bingo.
Not Melanie. Thank you, board, for listening to the public. I appreciate it. I'm a longtime coach volunteer. I'm a former professional athlete. I was the captain of the Swedish national team. I volunteered as a coach for the Loveland track program for 3 years. I currently coach Division I. And everyone's talked really passionately about the locker rooms. And I'm of the idea that girls should be protected. But I want to come to this from a legal perspective. We have clear directive from our administration about what is supposed to happen. And if you're a biological woman, you're supposed to compete with women. And if you're not, you can't. In 2022, the International Swimming Federation came up with a new inclusive policy. And they said that if you have not transitioned before the age of 12, you are not allowed to swim with women. Recognizing that scientists have determined that if you go through puberty as a boy, you have that advantage. If you are a female athlete right now and you take testosterone and change your hormones, you get an unfair advantage as a woman competing among women. You get banned from the sport. After that 4 years, the benefit still remains. So, which is why going through puberty as a boy, it sticks with you. Yesterday, this is fresh off the press, the international governing body for track and field, World Athletics, actually someone said we're not going to do genetic testing for being able to compete as a woman. Well, it turns out that due to so many different policies and the choice to not take a stand, we are now going to have genetic testing before you are allowed to compete as a woman. You can look this up. This happened yesterday. This body governs USA Track and Field, which governs everything else that rolls down. So when our high school kids or middle school kids go to do summer track, that's what they're going to be competing under. I just don't get the lack of taking a stance and exposing our community to these lawsuits that will surely come now that we have clear directives. The international bodies are making this happen. In 2016, there was a comparison between high school boys and the world's best women in track and field and swimming. Okay, these are the women that we look at that win Olympic golds. There were 39 medals total in track and field. 34 of them went to high school boys when you compare it. In swimming, there were 48 total medals. The high school national finals, they got 47 of the medals. The Olympic women got 1. That's the difference of testosterone.
Olivia
Make a
Lowe.
good choice. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Okay, got you. Milena, thank you.
I just want to say thank you so much for having this go on. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. It's been about 20 years since I've been in the school district. I was born and raised in Loveland, Colorado, participated in female sports. My mom is the one that was up here speaking, Michelle. Started at the age of 13 playing. And I just really ask that you guys have some humility towards humanity, first and foremost. And I want to share my success story because I feel like it truly, truly is. Growing up here as a trans woman, I'm 32 years old now, and I would have never come here until a dear friend of mine suggested that I come and fight for the trans youth to make a better impact on their journeys. But I am a successful individual because I was able to build relationships, develop social skills, coping mechanisms by competing in sports alongside female friends and athletes. When I competed in girls' sports, there was multiple girls that were stronger, physically bigger than I was. Every transgender student has an individual story, journey, policies should be inclusive and give each student the right to choose their own path. It's because of the school staff and the school board that was in place when I attended school in the district that I have thrived, and I'm happy to be a productive part of our community, and that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
So the next one might be Bliss as the last name. Does that sound familiar?
I was in one of the other rooms. My name's Ira.
Oh, you're on the list. Yep, you were the next. So good job. Come on, Ira. And then let's see, Laura Dimmitt, Ellie Lee, or Darren Barrett, if you're here.
Well, thank you for letting us all speak today. I really appreciate it. A lot of angry people in the room, I can tell. I'm here to speak as somebody who remembers what it was like to be a weird kid who liked stuff that other kids of my gender did not typically like. And I remember the hardest part of growing up was being consistently scrutinized for how I looked and what I enjoyed. None of that scrutiny made me a better person. It made me a frustrated, sad, angry, lonely, distrustful, and confused child. What did make me a better person was when I grew up and I met brilliant, compassionate, empathetic people who accepted me for who I am. And they gave me the time and the patience to figure out what I wanted to be instead of telling me what they think that I should be, Nancy. Those are the people that inspired me to be my best and inspire me to strive to give back to the community and to make the world a better place. Hate and exclusion, they never inspire anything but more hate and exclusion. And if Nancy Rumfeld doesn't really understand how her actions and words are hateful, then it's very curious how someone like that should actually be serving in the capacity that she is. I originally come from Florida, and I know what unchecked bigotry can do to a state. What Nancy is saying and doing is dangerous, and those are the reasons that I actually had to leave Florida. I am a transgender man. For those of you who are not familiar with that terminology, that means I was born biologically female, and now I present as male. So, I had to leave Florida because of that type of hatred. And hate can start right here in this room with the words that Nancy is saying and the things that she is doing. And it can escalate, but it can also stop right here in this room. And you guys can help do that. Thank you for your time.
Laura Dimmitt, or Ellie Lee, or Darren Barrett? Or McKay White? Or Rory Lee? Or Mark Johnson? Or Sandy Johnson? Oh, I got Mark Johnson or Sandy Johnson?
Mark Johnson.
All right, come on up. Mark Johnson, you're the next contestant.
Well, I may be playing the wrong game here at this point. Thank you. Thank you for allowing this time of public input. I'm a resident of Southern Larimer County, have several kids and grandkids who are graduates of Loveland High, a fifth grader right now, a grandchild. And I stand to thank you and support you for the resolution reaffirming support for all students, staff, families, and community. I know that's maybe an issue down the ways a little bit. However, maybe not. So I came dressed as I am, specifically to let you know that I was praying for you this evening in this very difficult time, and our church is praying for you. And maybe looking at the way that I'm attired, you assume that you know who I am and what I'm about and what I believe. And then you see this rainbow lanyard, and that may be very confusing to you. Is he a friend? Is he a heretic? What is it that he believes? You see, we jump to these opportunities to fracture and polarize and create divisions where there really need not be divisions. And in your resolution saying that you are supporting all students, regardless of all of the labels that may be applied to them, that you are supporting them and giving them the education that they deserve and desire, is a marvelous thing. My father was a college educator, and as we talk about education, he would say, you always want to start with where students are. And that's what this resolution is about, starting where students are. I thank you for that. This is a statement of your professionalism. It also says that you are monitoring all of the legal environments, so you are working hard there, and you are showing compassion, professionalism, attention to detail, and compassion. You're to be congratulated. Thank you.
Sandy Johnson? Okay.
Hi, I'm Sandy Johnson. I'm the pastor of a church here in Loveland. And I just did for you what I think many of the students feel in school. They're isolated, they're alone, and they're forgotten. I believe that this resolution that hopefully you will get to tonight and you will talk about doesn't forget some of those students who have other needs. And I know the focus tonight has been predominantly in one place, but they're students too. And Jesus said, love your neighbor as yourself. That means you get to have the opportunity to love yourself and to love those children, whomever they are, and whatever they come attired as. And some of them will come in a wheelchair, and some of them will come with autism, and some of them will come with disabilities, and some of them will come in many different ways. And it is your authority here that gives the teachers the possibility of loving those students as they're called to, and to teach them, educate them, give them equal opportunity to understand, no matter, as your resolution says, regardless of many different things. You get to make some decisions tonight, and I hope that you embrace all of those children who come in all of the ways that they come as a human being and not divisions. Because unfortunately, what I've heard here tonight is a lot of we and they, and that's not who we're called to be. And that's across the board, I hear a lot of we's and they's. But it's the children. It's the young minds, the young adults, the little people who come seeking an education that you make decisions about. I am appalled to hear that y'all did a vote some time ago about air conditioning in the schools, and somebody said no. I don't know who did that, but hello? Hello, these are children who need to have an opportunity to learn, and you can't learn when you're too hot. You can't learn when you're picked on. You can't learn when you're bullied. This is what you get to do. Do it lovingly and caringly. Thank you.
So Laura Dimmitt, Ellie Lee, Darren Barrett, McKay White, Rory Lee, Mary without a last name. Okay, like Mary? Okay, come on up, Mary.
I have a lot to say. I've been wanting to say it to you guys for a long time. I've come to share my experience with my daughter in Thompson School District. People are talking about policies a lot here, and the district policy. The district's policy has destroyed my daughter. She was so deeply harmed by people in positions of authority in this school district that she was made to believe that she could trust. She was told by an adult to tell her mom that she would kill herself if I did not accept her as a boy. She was told to ask me if I'd rather have a living son or a dead daughter, secretly given boys' underwear so she could feel more like a male, whatever that is. She was urged the importance of getting male hormones and having her healthy breasts removed and her flesh torn from her body to be reshaped into a useless, poor rendition of a male organ as soon as possible and without her mother knowing, and all while still in elementary school. My daughter was in 5th grade when this happened. Due to your policy, I was lied to by John Kleiber, who was the principal at Garfield Elementary when this happened. And I was lied to about different situations that happened with my daughter. And this caused her to spiral and become suicidal. I dare anybody to try to tell me any of this was for the good of her mental health. She was so deeply harmed by her conflicting thoughts, plagued by images of her mind, in her mind of this altered, shattered sense of self, all while already going through the most confusing time of her life. She began to spiral in ways I never thought imaginable. I had never been so afraid for my baby girl. She was introduced to a colorful, flashy world of acceptance, love, and empowerment. If that's the case, then why did she never feel this way? Why did she suddenly and without warning plunge into a deep, dark abyss and seep into a shadow of herself? Why did she detest everything that made up who she was? Why did she no longer accept herself? If that's the case, then why did she take a rope to her neck, feel the need to punish herself for existing? Why did she no longer love herself? If that's the case, then why did the light in her eyes fade and our world become encapsulated by this creeping, ominous energy leeching off of what positivity dare surface in her? Why did she stop caring about keeping her headspace and environment in order? Why did she no longer feel empowered? If that's the case, why was it only when I left my job, pulled her out of public school and away from the library where this also was being pushed on her, and the internet, I took her to a private therapist, I homeschooled, I dealt with many sleepless nights, did she begin to shift back and toward herself? Why was it only after all of the things that she thought she needed in order to be acceptable, lovable, and empowered were scrubbed from her life? Did she start to ever slowly begin to feel acceptable, lovable, empowered?
Barrett.
And this is not going to be the last that you hear of me.
McKay White.
This is only the beginning.
Or Rory Lee. Or, let's see, Tommy Grunvig. Anya. Oh, Tommy, okay.
I wrote something out, but I feel like I need to change it after listening all night. I hear a lot about compassion. Compassion is really important. I have a nephew who is transgender, and I would never want someone to bully him or treat him badly for how he has presented. But I have compassion for those people standing up saying, don't allow men in our boys in our sports. I have compassion for the girl who says, I don't want to change in front of a man next to me, and I don't want to feel bad that I feel that way. I have compassion for this mother who just spoke about her child. We can live with compassion. It is okay for people to have different opinions on your school board. If it's okay for you to wear a rainbow thing, it's okay for her to wear a shirt that supports sports and women in sports. I think we have to have a little compassion for each other. I appreciated the very first person who spoke. We can sit next to each other and have different ideas and respect that. So I respect someone who's transgender and wants to be respected for how they feel. That's fine. But that doesn't give them the right to walk into a women's sports team. It doesn't give them the right to say, you must give me certain pronouns, or you lose a job, or you lose this. It doesn't give them the right to stand next to a girl in a locker room, getting dressed or taking a shower. And so we respect each other. We have compassion for each other. There's a lot of people who've spoken tonight. Please take every single one of them into your hearts. Thank you.
Let's see, do we have Darren Barrett, McKay White, Rory Lee, Anya Wall Wells? Anya Wall Wells? Okay.
Good evening, and thanks for staying late. My name is Anja. I use they, them pronouns, and I am a parent of 3 kids in Loveland schools. I stand before you today not to debate the existence of transgender individuals, but to address the way that transphobia masquerades as feminism. This issue has come up because of a recent troubling incident where a member of the school board chose to wear a shirt with transphobic messaging. The brand of clothing worn attempts to disguise their hateful rhetoric as a defense of women's rights. And we cannot allow this harmful rhetoric to be cloaked in the language of women's rights. True feminism champions the liberation for all, not the exclusion of some. Let's be clear, requiring transgender athletes to compete on teams that do not align with their gender is not about fairness, it's about discrimination. It's about enforcing rigid, outdated gender roles that have no place in modern inclusive society. School board members have a fundamental obligation to create a safe and inclusive learning environment for all students. This includes protecting transgender students from discrimination and ensuring their right to participate in school sports. Board members must reject all forms of prejudice in order to fulfill their ethical obligation to listen and respond to the needs of the entire community. When a board member strays so far from these ethical obligations as happened here, it is necessary to pursue censure. Therefore, I'm asking Ms. Rumfeld to apologize to the transgender community, and if she doesn't, I'm asking the board to censure her. We cannot allow fear and prejudice, nor the actions of a board member attempting to mask transphobia as feminism to determine how we care for our students. Our school must be places where our students feel safe, all students, valued and respected, and we must affirm the humanity of every child and uphold their right to participate fully in school life. Thank you.
Darren Barrett, McKay White, Rory Lee, Lindsay Post, Kane Young, Lindsay Post? Okay.
Thank you for staying late. My name is Lindsay. I'm a parent of 2 high schoolers in the district, and we are new to the district this year. Our senior decided to join the wrestling team, the girls' wrestling team this year for the first time ever. She did really well. But our first interaction with her coach was to tell him that under no circumstances would she be wrestling a biological male. It's not safe for her, and it's not fair to her. So if she had to do that, she would have to forfeit and lose points. And as I noticed in wrestling, just a few points could make the difference for winning or losing. But the bigger issue here is that it was her safety that we were concerned about. So I would just like to say that our biological girls have the right to compete in their own sports. They have the right to feel safe in sports. They have the right to advance in sports and to win and do well and to feel safe in the locker room. My question is, how will the district ensure that all girls feel safe in sports, every one of them? I also want to know how you will create fair opportunities for all girls in sports. By not protecting our biological girls is also a form of discrimination. Thank you.
McKay White, Rory Lee, Kane Young, Madeline Gregg.
Hi, everyone. My name is Madeline. I'm a Section 504 coordinator at a local high school. I'll talk about my work tonight, but I speak independently as a community member and not as a representative of my school. My work centers on preventing and responding to discrimination, and my pedagogy and philosophy is not limited to disability alone. I would like to just briefly address that board members should practice basic common sense when choosing dress and attire. We meet kids in key developmental periods of their lives, and wearing a shirt that muddies ideas about gender endangers development by intentionally confusing children. No board member's power should extend to being able to unilaterally categorize students. A belief that we hold right opinions should never function as an excuse to interfere with any child's developmental experiences. And this meeting is evidence. Trans kids are having to spend more time here defending their existence than they are getting to focus on their homework. I cannot imagine the incredibly difficult conversations affirming parents are having with their trans kids right now, trying to explain why grown adults are fixating and speculating about their children's bodies. A particular area of concern tonight is sports and who gets to play on which team. But is it not okay to embrace differences on teams? There are 6'7" basketball players playing against those that are 5'5", yet no one here is heralding an alarmist campaign about height in sports with equivalent vitriol as what has been shared here tonight. Why have we chosen trans identity, this identity marker? It is because trans people are being punished for what people have mostly invented in their imagination. It is because of unfair representation in media. It is because trans people have not been allowed to tell their own stories. We have a legal responsibility to provide a free and appropriate public education to students, especially those vulnerable to discrimination. We have a legal obligation to provide the least restrictive environment. Why are we not extending this to trans students? If we pathologize the experiences of trans children, we're talking about segregated changing rooms, breaches of HIPAA, invasive physical examinations, and requests for medical documentation that would never be expected of cisgender children. Separate but equal. As someone very familiar with legal protections and keeping schools in compliance with the Office of Civil Rights, it is my professional responsibility to tell you that trans children are receiving a substandard education if they are further policed in sports, in school, and in life. Upholding protections entitled to marginalized groups is not a matter of opinion or whether you feel like it. You would expect your teachers to accommodate disabled students regardless of whether it's convenient for them. You must offer transgender students not just equal, but equitable and just school experiences. Thank you.
Rory Lee or Kane Young? Rory Lee, Kane Young. Okay, that is the end of, now that's the end of public comment.
Did anybody in here sign up?
Did I mispronounce anyone's name to the point that you couldn't recognize it when I called your name out? Because if so, I'm sorry, and I just want to invite you up if I did that. Okay. Okay. But did you sign up? You did? Okay. So come on up. What's your name so I can add it and make sure I get it?
She did say a Lee, but it might have been.
A lot of Lees.
Lon? Is that right? Thank you. Okay. Yes, I see that now. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, so obvious once you said it. Thank you.
Well, thanks for the opportunity. Thanks for listening. I want you to know that real women are grandmas, mothers, sisters, daughters, soldiers, brilliant diplomats, lesbian, cross-dressing pirates, grace race car drivers. They pilot spaceships. They push the frontiers of science. They're teachers. Real women built this planet one birth after another, and they're the matriarchs of a beautiful world. Not a male, assuming female identity. How dare you try to take these honors from my fellow citizens by denying that there is no cause to support real women? The resistance in this environment is oppression against real women and young girls. When the freedom to transition is granted to very young children that have not matured through the phases of psychological development before making permanent life changes, they are often damaged to the point of 40 to 50% attempted suicides in adulthood. That's from the Williams Institute study. Most that transition before age 6 are staying that way for longer than 5 years, many for life. But they won't have babies. They'll never achieve climax. And they'll face many unnecessary challenges. Just because you call yourself something, it doesn't make you that except in your mind, which is not a functional rationalization to allow boys on girls' teams. It is just an assumed identity. And God bless everyone for making their own decisions and exercising their freedoms. I'm a veteran and I support you, okay? But anyone who assumes a non-birth gender is pretending. Again, nothing wrong with that. They might even be a real man that is transitioning, but they are still not a real woman. This is not intolerance, it's reality. Real support comes in the form of compassion and awareness, not attacking our representatives for advocating truth. I have recently interviewed her, Miss Nancy Rumsfeld. She does not hate transition people. She supports women. And I submit that Nancy Rumsfeld's message encourages young women to believe in themselves. Attacking Rumsfeld for advocating traditional values and common sense is ugly. Mark my words, you are ideological dinosaurs. The nation is choosing a different direction than supporting transitions for children, and the President of the United States has asked you to stop promoting the practice and to keep boys off of girls' sports. Real women equals feminism. I am a feminist. The message that real women rock is absolutely true and encapsulates the current majority opinion, and I sure hope there is room for other opinions, including traditional ones. Nancy is not a transphobic. I submit you are heterophobic.
Before we tackle our actual business, we have to get up and move a minute. So we'll be back. We're going to take about a 6 or 7 minute quick break, and we'll be right back, and we'll start on our agenda. Oh, that's neat. Okay.
All these people have left. The fun is just starting to begin.
Gathering? Yeah, if you can. We're going to get started real quickly, so if, I'm sorry. We have a lot to do yet tonight. But we appreciate being able to get up and move a minute.
And thanks to those of you who have stayed.
Yes, we appreciate that. Okay. Mhm. You can make a comment. Yeah, okay. That'd be good. Yeah. All right. We're ready for action consent items now. And these are items that we've had presented. Do we have everybody? Yeah. Have presented to us. I'm sorry.
I know.
At a previous meeting or a study session and involves needing approval. So I'm going to read through the list, and I'll ask if anybody has anything they want removed or moved or that they want to speak about before we do our vote. And there will be 2 items that will be read. We have some gifts and donations, and we have a resolution. So 6.1 is the approval of personnel extra duty coaching recommendations. 6.2 is the approval of expenditures over $50,000. 6.3 is the approval of gifts and donations, and Denise is reading that, correct? When we get to it. Okay, give me just a minute. 6.4 is the approval of the Joint Insurance Committee renewal recommendation for 2025-2026. Is she here? Bill, are you doing that? Oh, if there's questions. Yeah, okay. 6.5 is the approval of, that freaked him out, didn't it? Sorry. Approval of the New Vision Charter School renewal. 6.6 is the approval of the 2025-2026 board meeting schedule. And 6.7 is the approval of the second reading policy BEC executive session. And 6.8 is the approval of the board resolution supporting students and families. So I'm going to go ahead and do reading of the gifts and donations and clarification on our board meeting schedule, and then we'll get to the resolution, because you're going to just let it stay?
Yeah.
Okay. She has a comment. Okay, so Denise, would you like to please read the gifts and donations first?
Denise, can you
Sorry.
turn on
It's late. School board policy states that gifts and donations over $1,000 need to be approved by the Board of Education. We have a donation of 66 Rydell Axiom football helmets to be used for the high school football program, valued at $49,500 from the Denver Bronco Foundation.
Yeah. Is there just the one? I'm
Just
sorry.
one.
Okay, thank you very much, Denise. The other piece that I need to share with you is the approval of our 2025-2026 board meeting schedule. We had to make a change because we determined that CASB, which is normally always the first weekend in December, is now at a later date in December.
the 11th through the 13th.
Yeah. So, yeah, the 11th through the 13th. So instead of seeing what's posted right now, it will be our study session, will be, December 3rd will be our regular study session. More than likely will be the swearing in of the new board members or changes in the board members. And then the CASB will be December 11th, 12th, and 13th. And then we will have a regular board meeting on the 17th of December. Okay? So that's just kind of the way it ended up because Casby changed.
And thank you, Laura, for finding that out. And
Yes.
letting us know about that. Appreciate it.
Okay, and then we have an item that is the, just a second, here we go. The approval of the board resolution supporting students and families. And Nancy wanted to make a statement, and then Alexandra's going to read it so that it's out there in the front. So Nancy, rather than moving it, she just said.
Right. So I know that there was a lot of back and forth on this resolution, and I also know that listening to everyone tonight and myself still trying to decide some things, I think it's important to note that everything that is in this resolution is good. We need it, but I think I would like to ask that we all reflect on that there are many in the community that they don't feel like they're safe or their well-being is considered, and that we need to do a better job of committing to the diversity, not diversity of race, but diversity of thought, because I think that's where we need to do a better job of being role models, that we can have different opinions, and that what one person has, all the meaning that gets attached to it gets distorted and just creates more division. So I'm going to vote for this resolution. I just would like us to give thought. If we're going to say these things, then we need to actually do them. So.
Sure. Resolution reaffirming support for all students, staff, families, need for special education services or membership in any other actual or perceived protected class in conformance with federal, state, and local law. And whereas Thompson School District remains committed to supporting student opportunities, access, and success for each student, and whereas federal laws affirm the right of all children, regardless of immigration status, to enroll in public school, and whereas in 2020, the board adopted the Educational Equity Policy, ADB, committing to providing safe, inclusive, and supportive learning and work environments in which students, staff, families, and community diversity are recognized, honored, and respected, and whereas Thompson School District's school security protocols prioritize the safety of each student and staff member and ensure visitor access to buildings is limited, controlled, and verified based on policy and/or legal requirements to provide a disruption-free environment. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Thompson School District shall follow applicable state and federal laws and do everything in our lawful power to protect all students, staff, families, and community members, regardless of religious, immigration, and/or LGBTQ+ status, including but not limited to continuing to monitor changes in state and federal law and updating policies and procedures as needed while following sound legal advice, continuing enrollment and registration practices which do not collect or maintain information about students, families, or guardians' migration status or documentation, continuing to protect the confidentiality of student, staff, and family data according to applicable law. Be it further resolved that the Board of Education restates its commitment to creating safe and secure school conditions through adherence to and enforcement of its policies prohibiting bullying, discrimination, and harassment. Adopted by the Thompson School District Board of Education on this 26th day of March 2025.
Yes. I recently received an email from a grandparent in the Thompson School District community asking me to, quote, show children and families that you will support, protect, and respect them and make sure that the schools in our community will continue to support all our students, whether they are black, white, or brown, native or newcomer, transgender, disabled or not, and respect all their rights, end quote. In 2019 and again in 2023, I was sworn in as a director of the Board of Education, at which time I swore to faithfully perform the duties of the office as required by law and to support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Colorado, and laws pursuant thereto. Our Board of Education does not make laws. That authority rests with the local, state, and federal government. What we are tasked to do is to adopt policies that are consistent with the content or intention of law, and we do that under the direction of our legal counsel. So that said, do I support our educational equity policy, Policy ADB, as well as Policy AC that states our commitment to provide a safe learning environment where all members of the school community are treated with dignity and respect? I do. It's the law. Do I support the resolution on tonight's agenda that states that all of our students and staff who are members of the protected classes listed in the resolution should be treated fairly and equitably? I do. It's the law. And to the grandparent who wrote me and to others with similar concerns, I will continue to support all our students and staff and respect their rights. It's the law. With that established, I hope we can all work together to ensure that each Thompson student receives the best education possible, one that will lead each one to a productive, successful, and fulfilling life. Thank you for letting me share this.
All right, thank you, Stu. I will take a motion to approve the items that were listed in the action consent.
So moved.
Second.
So a first from Alexandra and a second from Denise. Laura Lee, please call the roll.
Stu Boyd.
Aye.
Denise Chapman.
Aye.
Amy Doran.
Aye.
Don Kirk.
Aye.
Barbara Cruz.
Aye.
Alexandra Lessem.
Aye.
Nancy Rumfeld.
Aye.
All right, thank you. 7.1, this is discussion action items, and I believe we will have Todd join us. This is the approval of the resolution. Yeah, I know it's been
Different resolution.
approval of the resolution for the sale of real property, Monroe Elementary. Todd.
Is the resolution to continue the sale of real property, which is Monroe Elementary. So just a little background for the board and the community. On October 21st, 2021, the board deemed Monroe Elementary a surplus property, thus allowing the district to put it on the public market. So it has been publicly listed for, since that time. So this resolution allows the authority to be either board, superintendent, or myself to proceed with all closing documents to actually close per the timeline attached, which is mid-summer, so late June. So for discussion, if there are any questions, this resolution will really allow that process to move forward with all the due diligence and the documents and the plans and tours and inspections that we need to do to get to the final closing of the property. So are there any questions?
Questions, starting down, no, Don? Down at this end. Amy?
I do just a quick
Oh,
question.
you do.
Todd, have any of the details of the sale changed since the study session where you presented the information to us?
No, just the price was finalized.
All right.
But as far as the details, are all the same.
Okay. I will take a motion to approve. Thank you, Nancy. This is to approve the resolution. Yes. Nancy and Anita.
I'll second.
Okay, Don, second. Don. All right. Laura Lee, please call the roll.
Stu Boyd.
Aye.
Denise Chapman.
Aye.
Amy Doran.
Aye.
Don Kirk.
Aye.
Barbara Cruz.
Aye.
Alexandra Lessem.
Aye.
Nancy Rumfeld.
Aye.
All right. Thank you. Okay, we are ready for Project Search. Project Search. I'm not out of order, am I? No. I know that sometimes that happens. All right, we have our friends over there.
All right, so greeting, Madam President, Dr. Schaefer, and members of the board. I'm Theo Robeson, Executive Director of Secondary Education, and I'm enthusiastic tonight to introduce Jason Hanford, Exceptional Student Services Coordinator, who will be talking to us about Project Search tonight.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Schaefer. Thank you for having us. We appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about this. I'm joined tonight with Kayla Becker. She is our instructor, our Project Search instructor. So we'll start with our connection to Strive 2025. So our Exceptional Student Services leaders are working to support school teams in the provision of special education services in alignment with our students' individual education plans. We're striving to provide services which support our students in improving their communication, critical thinking, self-advocacy, collaboration, and citizenship. So what is Project Search? Like many of you may not be familiar with it. So, without getting into the whole background of how it started, Project Search is a one-year school-to-work program that's designed to prepare young adults with disabilities for competitive employment by providing hands-on experience in a real-world setting. Through this program, participants gain transferable, marketable job skills while completing 3 10-week rotations in various departments at Banner Health McKee. So we have them, and I'm going to turn this over to Kayla to give you an idea of what it looks like day to day.
Hello. Thank you for having us. I'm excited to share an update, you guys, on how we're doing with Project Search. This is our pilot year, and so we do work, our host business is Banner McKee. And so we are so thankful for all of the departments that really volunteer their time, all of the supervisors and the mentors at Banner McKee that work with our students. So this is just a typical day at Project Search. We have 6 interns, and they either are provided transportation. I do want to give a shout out to Raft and Saint Transportation because they do provide rides for our students to Banner McKee. So a typical day, we start our day with employability skills. This is our curriculum that you'll see on our next slide. I'll go over those. But then after an hour of classroom instruction, our students go out into their internships. And so they are now just starting their 3rd rotation. And so they're very independent at this time. So it's really cool to see them just kind of go off and to do their jobs for the day. And it's fun to just say, have a great day at work. And they do their lunch, they return to their internships, and then they return to the classroom at the end of the day where we have reflection. And we just talk about how their day went, any struggles they might have had, any accommodations that they feel that they might need in their internships. And then we dismiss for the day. So these are the employability skills that we teach in the classroom: team building, workplace safety, technology, self-advocacy, maintaining employment, financial literacy, health and wellness, preparing for employment, social and communication skills. We also work on a lot of soft skills in our classroom, so things like problem solving, flexibility, time management, conflict resolution, all of those things come into play as well. Our students are currently working on their resumes during this time, so we teach them how to write their resumes, cover letters. We also work on interview skills and job development, so we are looking at Indeed and looking at jobs out in the community, and then we'll soon start applying for positions. So our interns' expectations is that they follow the rules of the host business, participate in daily employability skills class and internships. They show up in proper clothes, demonstrating good hygiene and grooming, and use effective communication skills. They also are to learn and demonstrate skills that meet their managers and at Banner McKee's expectations. develop advocacy skills, lead employment planning meetings, and these are 6 meetings that are held throughout our school year. We have 2 each rotation, and our interns are actually expected to lead these meetings. And so these are all virtual. The attendees are myself, their skills trainer, their DVR counselor, parents, supervisors, and mentors at Banner McKee. And so our interns then lead those meetings with a slide presentation demonstrating all of the things that they have learned in the internships, as well as their progress. They review their evaluations, they discuss their job goals, and then we work as a team to kind of help brainstorm and think about, where we can plug them into the community. And then they also are expected to apply for job positions that match his or her appropriate skill level. So these are our current internships at Banner Health McKee. We have the cafeteria, EVS, facilities, PACU, rehab center, supply chain, and sterile processing. So in our cafeteria, this is Julie. And Julie is restocking shelves. She's learning how to sanitize tables and chairs, clear out breakfast self-serve areas, prep the salad bar for lunch. She directs customers as needed and calls out customer order numbers. So as you can see, a lot of these things that I'll show you on these next few slides are skills that can be transferred out into the community. And so one of the things Julie wants to do is possibly work in retail. And so we have asked the supervisor in the cafeteria to work with her at the cash register, so she's learning those skills as well. Our EVS department, this is Adrian, and he is learning to prep cleaning carts and supplies, clean and prep patient rooms, follow all those protocols for cleaning isolation rooms at the hospital, and then take the trash bins to the trash compactor. This is our PACU, and Cameron is sanitizing and prepping the patient med bays before and after surgery. He's making the beds in the med bays, restocking medical supplies, stocking linen carts, and organizing patient discharge folders. And so I also want to say that Cameron has also started our new internship this round in sterile processing. And this is important because this is something that Cameron is interested in. And so one of the neat things is that he's able to get hands-on experience, some of those observation hands-on hours. And so he's hoping to then take the certification and maybe work in as a tech in sterile processing. So very cool. This is Ashlyn, and she's working in our rehab center. She's learning some clerical skills, greeting customers, prepping patient discharge folders, filing paperwork, using office equipment, folding blankets and towels, stocking linen closets, and sanitizing the waiting areas and rehab equipment. Ashlyn would like to work with animals someday, so she's hoping to work in possibly a vet office, or a doggy daycare thing. So again, all of these things that they're learning in these internships can be applied and transferred out into the community. This is Josh working in our supply chain. He's filling hospital supply orders and delivering those supplies to the departments throughout the hospital. He's also learning how to stock medical supplies, open and organize boxes from the warehouse as well. This is our other Josh. We have 2 Joshes. Josh is working in facilities, and this is really cool for Josh because he's expressed an interest in the trades. And so he's thinking about plumbing, HVAC, electrical, something in that area. And so we were excited that facilities was on board with us and pulled him in. And so he's learning building maintenance, such as replacing light bulbs, changing filters, assisting with plumbing issues or minor electrical problems, performing routine safety inspections, and moving furniture as needed throughout the hospital. And in this picture, Josh is actually changing the thermometer in our classroom, and that was his job for the day. And so he went around on the floor and changed all the thermostats out in the classroom. So it was kind of neat for him. He was pretty excited. So we are now entering our recruiting stage and for Project Search for the upcoming school year. So we are accepting applications. We have our QR code here for applications. Throughout until really the end of the year. We will have a new intern orientation onboarding day on May 19th, and then we follow the Thompson School District calendar, and so they will be starting August 14th in the fall. Do you have any questions about Project Search?
So cool to see this come about. I was at the SEAC meeting where, this was like in the baby steps. And so to see it, come about, and then to hear from some friends that I have at McKee, just how this program has benefited McKee is really cool.
Awesome.
A question though, at the beginning of the program, do you up staff or push in to support? Because I'm
Yes.
sure the students need more support at the beginning, and now, you're pretty.
Absolutely.
So tell me what that
Yes, so
staffing or support
DVR,
looks like.
Division of Vocational Rehab, provides a skills trainer for us. And so she is with us each day, and her job is to go out with the interns in their internships and teach those skills along with myself. So we go through the rotations and with their mentors in each department, teaching those skills, making sure that they have those before we start kind of backing off a little bit. And again, now by the third rotation, they really, even though they have to learn the new skills in their new department, they just have that confidence that when they came in at the beginning, it's really neat to see that now they're like, yep, I'm ready to go. And so we're able to kind of just back off until they need some accommodations or any other supports. But yes, we are with them in the beginning. Much of the time.
Yeah. And I love that because that's
several weeks of the program, they're in the classroom. And we're working with them in the
Yeah.
And I love what you said, that each rotation that they go to, it's less and less. I mean, those are transferable skills, right?
Absolutely.
And so, but yeah, it's just been so cool to, see this from all aspects. So thank you.
Yeah.
It's one.
You.
Stu, questions?
Just a couple of questions. How long has Project Search been in existence? I hadn't heard of this before.
Oh, do you know that?
Oh, that add a while, a long time.
It's been a while.
30 years, I
Oh,
want to
wow.
say. Started at Children's Hospital of Cincinnati.
All right.
And they now have over 700, I believe, locations throughout the world, not just in the United States, but all over the place.
How long has it been in Thompson?
So this is our
This is
first
the first
year.
year.
Yes.
All right. How large is your staff?
So they are on site.
Oh,
So
okay.
yeah. So I'm
All
like,
right.
well, let me think about it. So no. So our yes. So for Thompson, I am the instructor, and then we really focus. We have a lot of collaboration. So we work with DVR, and again, they provide our skills trainer. We have a counselor through DVR. We also work with Foothills Gateway. We have, again, the transportation piece, and then the Banner host. We have a business liaison from Banner who works, she kind of keeps things running smoothly between the hospital and the district, and then, of course, our supervisor and mentors. So on-site staff, it's myself for Thompson, and then our skills trainer through DVR.
Truly a partnership, huh?
Oh, absolutely.
That's amazing and wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
How long are the rotations?
10 weeks.
They are 10 weeks?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes,
Okay.
10 weeks each, yes.
How many will they do?
They'll do 3 total.
3 total.
So
Okay.
they just started a couple weeks ago in
Okay.
their final.
Okay. Anthony?
I just think it's a really good program. This is the first one, so is there a plan that once you figure this one out, that you can like find some other type businesses and then put it in there as well?
Yes, so our goal, so this upcoming year, we currently have 6 interns, and so our goal is to have 6 interns again, and then we really want to start building from there. And so part of that, of course, is having the departments at the hospital to support that. And so right now, I talked about the current internships we have, but we were already discussing for this upcoming year several new internships that we'd like to add. The hospital is excited about us being there, and so I think they're learning and they're hearing from each department. It's like, oh, this is a really cool thing. And so we've had a couple that reached out to Erin, our business liaison, and saying, we're interested in this. We'd like to have them in our department as well.
I think maybe I wasn't quite clear. I meant beyond McKee, like a different, like, I don't know if like if a Woodward could do that or some other.
I am, so I understand what you were asking. So this is not our only site where we have internships. Currently, this is our only project search site, which adds a lot of the support components that Kayla had mentioned before. Currently at McKee, yeah, we're comfortable at the 6 student because the number of rotations. We'd like to build that. And then as interest increases, the possibility is definitely there to add additional sites, additional project search sites if we had businesses that could support that.
Alexandra?
I have a couple of questions. Are the interns, do they get paid at all? No, okay.
They do not. That's one of the rules of project search. And that's a little bit of an outdated rule. Most internships are paid at this point. So we have had some discussions as our steering committee about possibly looking at stipends or something for students, so they do get something for the time they're spending.
Okay. And then you said it's a work to school program, so it's designed for kids like after they graduate high school?
Yeah, so all of the students, the requirements, they have to be on an IEP.
Okay.
Right? They have to qualify for 18 to 21-year-old services and be in that window. So they need to have met all their graduation requirements and then be in that 18 to 21-year-old window, and we can get them in Project Search. Project Search will be the last year of their time with us in public education, because the goal is employment after that, right? We're not going to move backwards back into a classroom setting.
Very cool, thank you.
Denise?
My questions were answered by your questions, so.
All right.
Yeah, thank you. This is very interesting.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for having us.
One more, Dawn?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Same, where everybody answered or asked the questions, but I wanted to let you guys know that it was started in 1996, so you were like,
Way off.
no, you were really,
Oh my
really
gosh.
close.
Yeah, it's old. I said 30 years.
Yeah, so I wanted you to know
29,
that.
sorry.
I mean, really, it was,
Thank you for fact checking me.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us. That
yeah,
was very
thanks for
beneficial.
staying.
Yes.
And we will, so we will be celebrating our first round of graduates on May 15th. And so I will make sure you all get an invite. It will be at Banner McKee.
McKee, okay.
Yeah. So, yeah.
All right. All right.
Thank you.
All right. 8.2 is the budget update. Come on up, Bob.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, Dr. Schaefer. I am coming to you with fulfilling 2 promises in my earlier discussions. Was one, starting the education of the board with some financial terms, and secondly, starting the changing of the financial format for the reporting. So the first part, talking about how we do accounting. The reports that you normally get talk about the general fund, which is our biggest fund, unless there's a bond. But that's where all the action happens. And so that's where we pay our teachers, that's where we pay the utilities, that's we run the buses and the various things like that. We also have special revenue funds, the state and federal grants, student and fee-supported activities, and nutrition. Those have to be accounted for separately. Those are almost like a business, but it's still under our tax ID number. Fiduciary funds. You've talked about the helmets donated tonight. Sometimes people give us money. It may go to the Thompson Education Foundation, but it often comes to us. We have to account for that depending on what the donor said. Building fund, that's capital items, replacing a roof, on a normal basis, something like that. We get money on the land reserve fund, the payment in lieu of taxes. Developers will either dedicate space for a new school for us, or they'll give us money that will be able to be used to renovate or provide other improvements. And then when we're successful the next time, a bond redemption fund where the money goes through there that we track separately. Under our board policy and under state law, we are required to have budgets for all of them. So when you get your budget packet later this year, before June 30th, we'll be having budgets for all those items as well. So next slide is the general fund budget to actuals. So this now has the amended budget that you voted in January. That includes the various expenses on there. We've added the line item on the bottom that shows the amount that you have voted to take from reserve to fund various expenses, which is allowed under Colorado law and the board policy. So we're trying to give you as much information as possible. The last column, next to the last column on these reports are projections. This is Zach and my crystal ball at the moment. And Nancy and I talked about this. Some of these are somewhat accurate. Some of them are strictly take the budget, divide by 12. How many months do we have left? That's what we have for right now because of the information that we have and we don't have at this point. Doing the budget is giving us more information that will make this report even better as we go forward. You know, curriculum, did all of that get expended in September at the beginning, or did it get spent at the end, getting ready for the next year? We don't know that yet, so we'll be going for there. So this is a work in progress, but it's getting to the point. Next slide shows information. So we have higher earnings than was budgeted. Some of that is just a budgeting question, and also we actually make sure that all of our funds are in secure, state-approved, including the Colorado Trust, to make sure we have the money there. And then you will see when we do the March financials, the property tax revenue is showing up at that point. And expenses, we've had increased insurance costs, so some of those expenses are there. That's also in the revenue side. We had some insurance proceeds from some hail damage that show up on there. And then the next slide, personnel budget, we are projecting conservatively at the moment, and then we're trying to figure out what happens in July and August because we have teachers who are paid over a 12-month period, but it's in this year's budget, so we have an accrual, but then we have some people that are paid on 11 months and some 10 months. It's fun. We have a good time trying to figure that out. But we're going to try to get more scientific when we're doing the budgets going forward. When we create next year's budget, we have started asking the departments to say, how are you going to spend your budget over 12 months? Because it's their budget. We're the keeper of it, but it's their budget. They tell us where they think they're going to be, and then when we give them the month-to-date budget, as well as you, they get to come back to us and say, this is 10% higher or less because we did it. It's going to come from them instead of us saying to them. So that's our goal. And then the last slide is talking about cash balances. We are closing out the bond fund. We have some bond management expenses and some last items. Regarding that, for the April 2nd working session, Plant Moran is just about done with the bond reconciliation, where we will show what was calculated here, what was calculated here, and we will be coming to you with more information on that and a resolution as well.
Okay.
Quick summary on the financials. We're in good shape.
Thank you.
Who knows what's going on in Denver? Who knows what's going on in Washington, D.C.? But right now, we're in good shape, and the assumption is for the next year's budget, we're going to be in good shape for that, too, and then all bets are off after that.
Questions, start with Stu. No?
Not really a question, Bob, just a comment. You've worked hard and fast to get to where we are right now. Thanks to you and Zach and your team for making that happen.
Thank you. As I was watching the last presentation, I was thinking, that's my staff doing the things, that the attention to detail, the work, and other things like that. So thank you. I'll pass that on to the staff.
Okay, Nancy?
I just want to, again, you and I, we talked earlier this morning, but I know that you and Zach, this is really, it's still a work in process, but it's so great to be able to see the actuals and see all of these numbers tie and foot out together. And so based on our conversation this morning, I can't wait for some of this other stuff, but I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Alexandra? Denise? No? Don?
This is really helpful. And also, given that, like it's step one, so I totally understand that you are in process with this. But I do know that one of the things that we've been asked to have it evolve into is things that are just super simple for people to understand. And so the laying the groundwork and the explaining what these things are and putting it all so clearly in it that you went through it all this late at night and it made sense, was really, really great as building that foundation. And we also know that the average person might not be watching anymore this evening. And so being able to bring this forward is going to be really helpful. And so thank you for laying the solid foundation for what you're doing and how you're walking through it. And then anything that you can do to think about as you go through the process to simplify it for that person who does just passively look at this information is just going to be really helpful. And I feel like this is a really big step in helping make it make sense this late with all these things going on and all the reconciliation that you're doing. And I'm looking forward to seeing how you continue to have it evolve, knowing that you're working with it every minute. So thank you.
Thank you.
No question. Okay, thank you, Bob.
Great.
Great
Thank
job.
you.
Appreciate you. All right, negotiations, 8.3. Dr. Siebers? Sue, you stuck around. Oh, hey.
Madam President, School Board, Dr. Schaefer, Bill Siebers, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources, accompanied by
Sue Timer, President, TEA.
So Strive 2025 will cover human talent. This presentation will connect human talent to the upcoming negotiations and the negotiations that took place on March 13th. So the highlights for the discussion today is the highlights from March 13th. We covered 3 questions. So question 1, what adjustments need to be made to the site-based decision-making process? Question 2 was what adjustments need to be made to elementary plan time? And question 7, are leave practices meeting the needs of our employees?
So question 1, the site-based shared decision-making question. We had a task force that came out of negotiations the previous year that worked on this and had a proposal. We looked at it the first day of negotiations and then needed to walk away and give it some time. But when we came back on the 13th, we reviewed and discussed it and talked about the intent of wording. There was a lot of discussion about site versus school. And then the group as a whole gave it a thumbs up. So there's a tentative agreement on that. The second question, elementary plan time, was also a task force. And so the task force had done a lot of work and had a suggestion for us, but we went back through their process, their interest-based model. And so we looked at what they had done. As a large group, we added to that story. There's a lot to the story of elementary plan time. We also added to interest and we added to criteria. And then we looked at some of the options from their small group work.
And then question 7, are leave practices meeting the needs of our employees? So this is a small task force that, they reviewed the work and they did a great job. The things that they brought forward is what we really agree to. So large group added to the story and added to the interest. Large group also reviewed options from task force, and the task force recommendation is the big one is the communication of leave time benefits. Last year, I think Andy Chrisman put out a survey to membership, and the results came back that people didn't really know their benefits around leaves. So we thought that was really good because we can have a campaign of really communicating what the benefits are. And then discussion expanding donate a day has been, trying to see what other options could fall under donate a day instead of it just being specific for one criteria. And then those are the 8 critical questions that we are tackling this year, followed by our team there, and also followed by the next meeting is April 10th.
Okay.
Any questions?
Questions? Thank you.
We love presenting at 10:40 because
Okay.
there's no question,
Yeah.
so thank you.
Awesome. All right, and now, our next thing is we have 15 call-ins that we need to listen to. Yeah. That's part of, where did I put it?
My name is Peyton Post. I am a student at Loveland High School, and I reside in the city of Loveland. The topic I'm discussing is men in women's sports. I was a female high school wrestler this past winter. This was my first season in this sport. I began wrestling at a preseason training center to gain fitness for the season and to learn the moves. I was the tallest and biggest girl there, to the point where one girl suggested I wrestle with the guys around my weight instead. I refused. As a female in a contact sport, I understood the distinct difference between male and female physical capabilities. If I had wrestled one of the guys, I would have lost quickly and potentially have been injured. It is a danger to all females to allow men in women's sports. Women have worked hard to attain opportunities in all aspects of life. Why are we now forfeiting these opportunities to men? Allowing men in women's sports creates a huge disadvantage for women. We lose out on first place medals, scholarships, and titles. Women will be injured and defeated. Men and women are biologically different. If a person is born a male and trains diligently, he will nearly always be stronger than a woman in the same sport as him. If we don't protect women's rights and opportunities in the world of sports, the world of athletics will become male-dominated and women will lose out. Please protect women's sports. Thank you.
Mel Goldsipe, Loveland, MELGOLDSIPE @yahoo.com. Public education's job is to teach students why and how to learn and why and how to peacefully coexist with people around them. Students can't learn if they're distracted by non-academic problems, such as being hungry, needing eyeglasses, or being bullied. When students feel welcome, understood, and appreciated, it lets them focus on their lessons. So it is the job of the adults in the room to create an environment within the school and in the greater community where each student can reach their potential. Childhood is about learning who you are, where you fit into the world, how to handle insecurities, how to harness talents, and how to work alongside others. This is a big job for a kid, and it's important that adults don't make it harder for them by introducing divisiveness and elevating one kind of person while denigrating another. Students need a safe learning environment where they are treated with dignity and respect. They deserve a community, and especially a school board, that helps them to grow and learn and succeed. Students should be able to try things on for size, to learn that even if they're not great at something, the effort is worthwhile, and to see that not everyone has the same abilities, advantages, limitations, or interests they do. That it's okay to be the same in some ways and different in others. That there's joy in experiencing new things and seeing things from different perspectives. We want students to leave school knowing that they can learn hard things, that they can handle challenging situations, and that they can stand firm in who they are without invalidating others. No two people are exactly alike, and that's the joy of life. So let's let kids be kids. Let's encourage empathy and compassion and the joy of discovery. Let's encourage kids to play and discover the infinite variety of the world. Let's model supporting each other among our differences. We should keep political opinions out of the schools and focus on our core values of equal opportunity and encouragement for all. Let's focus on what's in people's hearts and not what's in their pants. In short, let's be the adults in the room and let kids be kids. We must remember that unfamiliar is not the same as dangerous. Discomfort is not the same as harm. Let's focus on real problems students are facing instead of trying to turn the most vulnerable kids into boogeymen. Anyone who can't commit to supporting all students, including trans and LGBTQIA children, should have no place in making decisions about the health, safety, and education of our students.
Hello, my name is Mary McCoy, and I live in Loveland. My children attend school here in Loveland. I am calling today about transgender students, and just calling in support of transgender students. Okay, here's my comment. I'm speaking today in support of transgender students in our district. Every child deserves to be themselves and feel safe at school and at home. That safety begins with what they see and hear from adults in their life. Ms. Rumfelt on the school board chose to engage in anti-trans rhetoric while in an official capacity, and I ask that she refrain from making such statements where students can be impacted negatively. Research clearly shows us that trans kids who have support at home and socially are significantly less likely to attempt suicide and have overall lower rates of depression and anxiety. How we engage in the subject of trans rights matters. We can all do better as a district and a city to approach each other with curiosity, kindness, and awareness of how our actions and words impact the young people who are watching us. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marissa Dominguez. I live in Loveland, Colorado, and I have 5 children who go through Thompson School District. I am also a licensed mental health provider of 25 years and a Medicaid provider of 19 years for mental health. I'm calling about the completely horrific antics of this board member who displayed an anti-trans status of her attire and displaying things in such manner. I am horrified that I live in a town where the Board of Education, your board, would allow something like this to happen. Anyone who sits on this board that is not this woman is complicit if you do not step up and remove this person. There is no place for hate. We are teaching all our students and youth anti-bullying approaches, and this is making certain people feel like they don't belong. I am speaking as a mental health provider in a large epidemic of mental health needs and a shortage of providers in our area, and the highest suicide rate, I believe, for almost 10 years now in Larimer County. You have blood on your hands if you are displaying this in an educational place. My parents were public school teachers. I was raised around education. I have much love and respect for everyone who works for Thompson, and I truly see no place for this. We are supposed to allow children to wake up every day and feel confident about who they are so that they want to live their lives. Suicidality is a very real thing, and you can look up the percentages yourself for this group of people who are trans or questioning their gender in any way, and of course the LGBTQ, that there is such a high suicide rate. So you literally have blood in your hands. This is a stain on our town, and it needs to be taken care of right away because this is an emergency. We have to stand up for the underdogs. And whoever voted for this, I believe there's a lot of people in this country that are questioning their votes right now, and nobody would vote for somebody to do this and publicly make children feel like they don't belong. Please do something about this right away. If you need to reach me, I am 9.
My name is Stephanie Robbie. I live in Loveland. I have 2 children in the Thompson School District, and I am calling about boys being allowed to play in girls' sports. Allowing boys to compete in girls' sports creates an unfair and unsafe environment for female athletes. I would expect the schools to protect and promote opportunities for girls in athletics, ensuring they have a fair chance to succeed. Allowing biological males to compete against girls undermines these protections, as males typically have physical advantages in speed, strength, and endurance, even after hormone treatments. Beyond fairness, there are safety concerns. There's a greater risk of injury to female athletes when competing against biological male opponents. We have weight classes in wrestling and boxing for safety reasons. Why would we ignore biological differences when it comes to girls' sports? And I can't even get into the discussion of them being allowed in a girls' locker room. That is absurd. This issue is not just about competition, it's about preserving opportunities for girls, scholarships, records, and achievements that should go to hardworking female athletes. My daughter and other young women should not have to face additional barriers in a space meant for them. I urge the board to prioritize fairness and safety by upholding biological sex-based categories in school sports. Never in my life could I have imagined I'd have to make this phone call. It is common sense. Boys should not be allowed to play in girls' sports, they should not be allowed to be in girls' bathrooms, and they should not be allowed to be in the locker room. My phone number, 970.
My name is Troy Daniels. I'm calling regarding, I'm a Loveland resident. I'm calling regarding the transgendered youth issue. From 2018 to 2022, 48 anti-transgender laws were enacted in the United States across 19 different states. A study examined the causal relationship between these laws and suicide risk over this time period. Using national survey data collected from more than 61,000 transgendered youth. Across the full sample of transgendered youth ages 13 to 24, an increase in suicide attempt rates of 38% to 44% was observed. Anti-transgender laws significantly increased incidence of past year suicide attempts amongst transgendered youth by as much as 72%. So while the rhetoric being used at our school board meetings of late is mostly a distraction of extreme right-wing politics, it is a life and death issue. Attacks on budgets, reading levels, failings, transgendered youth are all tactics taken right out of Project 2025 playbook. These are not unique or novel ideas. They are meant to break down education in the United States at its very core. And it's meant to redirect funds, redesign curriculum, redistribute wealth for ideals that are a threat to American society. Make no mistake, this is not only about transgender youth in our schools. This is about democracy and America itself. I want transgendered youth and their families to know there is support in the community, and we will fight on their behalf to ensure equal access to school services and activities. Thank you.
My name is Elizabeth Newton. I live in Fort Collins, and my email address is eanewton2013@gmail.com. I have been a taxpayer in the Thompson School District since 1977. My 2 children went to Thompson schools, and my grandchildren are currently enrolled. I want to make it clear that I'm speaking for myself. I have no hidden agenda, financial incentives, or agreements behind my statement. I also want to say to all students, especially our transgender students, that you are loved and welcomed by me and many others. Today, I am asking the board to censure District C Director Nancy Rumfelt. It's become clear that Ms. Rumfelt is using her role on the board to push a political agenda under the guise of protecting girls in sports that's harmful and discriminatory against transgender students and our district. In Colorado, House Bill 211108, known as the Gender Expression Anti-Discrimination Law, prevents discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity. This law also protects people's rights to use their chosen names and pronouns. All students, including transgender and gender nonconforming individuals, have the right to privacy. This includes the right to keep their gender identity or presentation private at school. House Bill 241039 extended those protections to cover gender identity, making it clear that individuals cannot be harassed or discriminated against. The Thompson School District is currently seeking legal help to see if policies and procedures need to change due to recent updates to Title IX regulations. The Colorado High School Activities Association, CHSAA, which oversees high school sports in the state, requires transgender students to inform the school of their gender identity. This ensures a private evaluation of the appropriate gender classification for the athlete. CHSAA rules allow transgender students to compete without facing unlawful discrimination based on sexual orientation or gender identity. They are also currently reviewing the guidelines to align with Title IX changes while continuing to protect Colorado state law. Transgender students deserve access to education and the opportunity to participate in a society in a supportive and welcoming environment. It's important that we create spaces where they can thrive and feel accepted. The Bill of Rights provides essential rights and freedoms to individuals, including the right to free speech. However, we must refrain from utilizing a school board position to advocate for political views that are damaging and discriminatory. That discussion should happen in the legislature where it belongs. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elliot Harrington. I am a alumni of the Thompson School District. I went to Mountain View High School and graduated in 2023. I would like to make a comment about Nancy. I find it really upsetting and disappointing that these board members are supposed to be these voices for the students, and yet she is encouraging bullying with her anti-trans agenda. It's really upsetting, and the trans community is already deals with a lot of mental health issues and suicide ideations because of the world that we live in, especially today, and she is not making it any better. I would like her to step down, and I think that any board member that isn't actively telling her to step down is a part of the issue. At Mountain View, I was a leader in Sources of Strength, which was a mental health club that centered around finding your sources of strength, like physical activity, spirituality, mental health, physical health, stuff like that. I also worked as a youth engagement specialist for the Larimer County Health Department for 2 years. So it was basically an outreach for the youth about issues or problems that they were seeing in the community that they wanted to be addressed. And so I would take that up with the department, and I would try to enact change within those areas, and I would host community gatherings and fundraisers and we would do projects all surrounding around mental health. And we noticed that the large majority of the trans population is at risk of this mental health crisis, and Nancy is not helping it whatsoever. I do not think she should be a voice for the students or for the district as a whole. She is basically just promoting bullying, and I don't feel safe with any of my trans sisters or trans brothers in the school if she is still a leader there. I currently live in Denver, Colorado. I am attending school at CU Denver for film and television, but I lived in Loveland for 13 years, so I'm very familiar with the community, and I come down every 2 weeks.
Hello, Dr. Schaefer, President Cruz, and board members. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Bria Freeman, and I'm a resident of Loveland with a child in TSD. I'm calling to share my concern about keeping Director Rumfelt on the board. Director Rumfelt's wardrobe choice last month was appalling, but the issue is not about trans students versus student athletes, as she'd like us to believe. That's her creating an issue where there isn't one, as a way to elicit an emotional response from our community, divide us, and move her political agenda forward. This behavior from someone in a leadership position in a school setting is inappropriate and unwanted. TSD's duty is to create a safe, supportive environment for all students. In fact, that was the board's charge to the District Accountability Committee. We literally were asked to make recommendations that will strengthen students' sense of belonging. Yet Director Rumfelt's behavior is in direct opposition of this. Not only is she intentionally excluding students, but she's also rallying Moms for Liberty, a group that has been identified as extremist, to back her up. Tickets to a board meeting, standing room only, really? These are usually snore fests, yet here we are. Ironically, Director Rumfelt did not send out a rallying cry to advocate for better reading scores when TSD's iReady results were released last month. There was no Reading Rainbow shirt or in interviews at that point. although she does claim that this is her passion. She also dismissed kids being able to close reading gaps beyond elementary school, which is just untrue and shows how quick she is to give up on our students if it gives her an additional platform to hate TSD. But I digress. It's troubling to see so much energy being spent on something that isn't an issue. Truly, there is no data to support the claims that are being made, while critical concerns like funding, achievement scores, and building maintenance are ignored. Director Rumfeld has done 2 interviews with ultra-conservative groups in the last week alone. How does stirring up divisive rhetoric help improve our schools? If she spent as much time working for the betterment of TSD as she does on divisive politics, she might actually make a difference. Kindness should be the default, not the exception, and we must demand better from our leaders. Trans students are not the problem. Student athletes are not the problem. Nancy Rumfeld is the problem, and if she cannot serve the interests of all students, be a positive example of leadership, and uphold policies that foster a positive, inclusive educational experience, she needs to go. I expect this board and our community to take the necessary action to refocus on real issues, because at the end of the day, education should be about kids, not politics. Students deserve better than being pawns in someone's culture war. Nancy, I'll speak directly to you. Your actions do not reflect the values of our community. They send a harmful message to students, and I will not let you normalize intolerance or enable hate to take root in our district. All students deserve dignity and respect in school. All means all, and the school board's role is to protect that right. When board members undermine this, they fail our community. You are failing our community. Do better. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Erin Bachman. I am a resident of Loveland, Colorado. I am calling in a comment for tonight's school board meeting on March 26th. My daughter is a freshman at Loveland High School. We have been in the Thompson School District since she was in kindergarten. I just wanted to call in regarding Ms. Rumfeld's shirt at the last meeting. I am someone who I absolutely have great respect for the First Amendment and for freedom of speech and expression. I also do think that our society is made better by exposure to differing opinions. So I do not have an issue with any of that. However, it does concern me that someone who has the privilege of serving as a member of the school board would use a school board meeting as an opportunity to grandstand on a political issue in violation of an established dress code, and so poorly represent the students of this district, including the number of trans students that are in our district. I think it is in poor taste for Ms. Rumfeld to wear that. I respect her opinion or her desire to express her opinion outside of school board meetings. However, the focus at the school board meetings needs to be on representing students and working for the betterment of students within the district. I hope that the board will take action for this. And also, the district talks a lot about its stance on anti-bullying measures and having a zero tolerance policy for bullying. And I want to know what they're planning to do in this, which feels like it is a little bit of a bullying point. So if anyone wants to get back with me, my number is 7.
Hello, my name is Greta St. Martin, and I live in Fort Collins, Colorado, and I'm a proud parent of a 2023 graduate of Loveland High School and a former Thompson School District employee. I now work with adolescents and their mental health in Fort Collins. I want to thank the school board members for supporting educational environments where students can be seen and heard for exactly who they are. When students are believed and supported and are allowed to experience social congruence, meaning that they can dress in a way that matches their gender and be addressed by their preferred names and pronouns, the mental health outcomes for these students mirror the general population. Without a supportive school environment, mental health outcomes for trans students in particular are abysmal. I can only hope that we stand up with love and not fear in our policies and procedures for trans students. Thank you. I can be reached at 97.
Hi, my name is James Perkins. I live in Loveland, Colorado. I support sensible, compassionate, and equitable treatment for all our children in the Thompson School District. We must combat racial discrimination. I support Trans and LGBTQ Students Education Act. Let's make schools a safe and inclusive place for every child. I am against the extreme agenda of the radical right Heritage Foundation and Project 2025, white nationalists, Moms for Liberty, and so forth. These small minorities are pushing on the American people their sense of values. It is a message of hate, cruelty, and discrimination for any child who may be deemed different. We must be there to support our students with compassion and equitable treatment for all, regardless of their gender, identification, their ethnicity. We are fighting for the equity, compassion, and inclusion for every single child.
Hello, my name is Anne Marie Kajensky, K-A-J-E-N-C-K-I. I live in Loveland, Colorado, 80537. I am not a Thompson School District student. The topic of my comment is the concern and dismay I feel regarding Nancy Rumfeld's and anyone else's anti-transgender agenda. A reminder to all of us, exclusion and discrimination are not family values. When an individual's views and behavior are based upon ignorance and hatred, those views are not viable. Operating with such views strongly suggests a conflict within that individual and not within transgender children, their parents, and their supporters. One final comment to Ms. Rumfeld and to anyone else who spews such hostility: let him who is without sin cast the first stone. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jane Perkins. I live in Loveland, Colorado, in the Thompson School District. I do not have a student there, but I am a mother and a grandmother. Here's the topic of my comment. I support the Department of Education. I support that it be kept as it is and not dismantled by the current administration and Elon Musk. I support students being treated fairly, regardless of whether they are LGBTQ, trans children, of a different heritage or ethnicity, and I believe that our schools serve to provide education and compassion and support for every single student. I am totally against the ideas of the Heritage Foundation, white nationalists who plan to squash education, privatize education, and who do not provide sensible, compassionate, and equitable treatment for all of our children. When you treat children as the Heritage Foundation and white nationalists want to do, those children that are, quote, different, feel like they don't matter, that no one cares about them, that they don't deserve the education and the care that every single child does. Again, I am against the one school board member who is for the Heritage Foundation and white nationalists, etc. And this must be stopped now. This Moms for Liberty stuff, stop it now. Let's support every single student in a compassionate, equitable way. Thank you. Jane.
My name is Jennifer Hewitt Apperson. I live in Loveland, and I'm a parent of a Thompson School District student. I want to talk about the importance of inclusion and particularly recent actions by Board Member Nancy Rumfelt that are in direct conflict with this principle. Board Member Rumfelt has a long history of statements that denigrate the LGBTQ community and promotes conspiracy theories and, frankly, lies about a so-called trans agenda, including wearing an anti-transgender shirt to a recent Board of Education meeting. The trans community is now a popular scapegoat, and this scapegoating is just another tired way of promoting hate and discrimination. This portrayal of a so-called crisis of trans women taking over women's sports is a farce and distortion of just how rare trans athletes are. The head of the NCAA testified before Congress last year that out of 500,000 NCAA athletes, fewer than 10 were transgender. This is hardly a flood of quote-unquote men taking over women's sports, unquote. This is not about some unfair advantage. This is about hate. If you truly want to protect women, as you claim, then focus on teaching kids about consent, bodily autonomy, critical thinking, and media literacy. Focus on inclusion because kids have better outcomes when they feel safe and supported. Stop pretending this is about parents' rights because, frankly, if a kid is not out to their parents, there's probably a very good reason. Finally, I'll note that Rumfelt won her seat by less than 0.5 of a percentage point, yet acts as if she has a mandate. She absolutely does not have a mandate, and I do not appreciate her denigration of the LGBT community that my TSD student is part of. Thank you.
That's it? Oh, there was one more up there. I thought we were listening one more time. All right. Thank you to everybody that we had, but thank you. And thank you to you guys for hanging in there for us. The last item on here is written report. I think it's a pie report, so it's posted for you. Otherwise, I'm going to adjourn our meeting. And thank you.